LoveLore Library. Chapter 456. I announce that the Azure Dragon Gathering will begin now. The loud voice spread out in all directions. Then, 4 figures quickly appeared on the 4 arenas like ghosts. These 4 people were all at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. They were the judges this time. As soon as Venerable Green Lotus finished speaking, the ground around the arenas trembled. Stands rose from the ground. There were millions of spectators in the stands. These martial artists were here to watch the Azure Dragon Gathering. They came from all over the Tiannan region. Due to the rules of the Azure Dragon Gathering, they couldn't show their faces. Now that the Azure Dragon Gathering had begun, they could finally watch the geniuses of the Tiannan region compete. Waves of shocking cheers shook the heavens and the earth, affecting the young martial artists present. Many people were excited and their blood boiled. If they could stand out in the Azure Dragon Gathering, it wouldn't take long for their names to spread throughout the Tiannan region. Just thinking about it made them excited. When the competition began, the 4 arenas bloomed with light. An invisible force guided everything. In the 3rd arena, a young man with a long spear went up. He was at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. He appeared on the arena in a flash, looking high-spirited. His long spear danced in the air, creating countless spear shadows that shook the void. As the first martial artist to go up, he naturally wanted to perform well. However, when he saw his opponent, his expression was uglier than crying. Because his opponent was Prince Heavenly Flame. Prince Heavenly Flame came to the arena with an impatient expression. His opponent was only in a silver battle suit. Such an opponent couldn't increase his true dragon aura at all. One had to know that he already had the 5-colored exquisite battle suit. Only a martial artist of the same level or a golden battle suit could increase his true dragon aura. The other martial artists had no effect at all. Thinking of this, his expression became even more gloomy. The martial artist with the long spear took a deep breath and held his spear tightly with both hands. He came from a 4-star sect and was a top genius in the sect. As a genius, his pride wouldn't allow him to lose without a fight. Take my strongest attack, Cloudless Gale Stab. The martial artist's long spear vibrated, forming a terrifying spear light that pierced the sky. However, Prince Heavenly Flame only flicked his finger and a wisp of flame floated toward his opponent. The terrifying spear light trembled in the void. However, when it touched the wisp of flame, it quickly dissipated. Not good. The spear-wielding martial artist's face changed greatly. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit chi and formed a solid defense in front of him. However, all of this seemed very fragile in front of that ball of fire. In just an instant, his entire body's defense was roasted away, and his body felt as if it had fallen into a volcano. A burnt smell came from his body. Plop! The spear-wielding martial artist fell to the ground, black smoke rising from his body. A wisp of true dragon chi flew out from the silver armor and entered Prince Heavenly Flame's body. However, the 5-colored battle suit didn't change at all. Bring him for treatment, the referee said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked. Just a flame was enough to defeat the silver-armored warrior. Prince Heavenly Flame's strength was terrifying. For a moment, a dark cloud enveloped everyone's heart. Not only the 3rd arena, the same thing happened in the other arenas as well. On the 1st arena, Infinite Tyrant didn't even make a move. He used his aura to defeat his opponent. On the 2nd arena, Zhou Jianying's gaze was like a sword, directly sending her opponent flying. On the 4th arena, Yan Shan was controlling a corpse puppet and almost bit off his opponent's neck. If the referee hadn't stopped him in time, his opponent would have been a dead man. Everyone was shocked and trembled. Venerable Green Lotus had already warned them not to kill as they wished. However, Yan Shan acted as if he didn't hear it. He continued to do his own thing and attacked viciously. He's a madman. Everyone was afraid and no one dared to provoke him. Many people even decided that if they met Yen Shan, they would surrender immediately. Otherwise, they might lose their lives. The four exceptional geniuses were abnormally powerful. They sent their opponents flying in one move. This scene immediately attracted the cheers of the millions of spectators. The sound of the cheers dispersed the clouds in the sky. After the four exceptional geniuses attacked, the competition continued. After watching a few battles, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He realized that with his current strength, it wouldn't be too difficult to squeeze into the top 72. However, his goal wasn't just that. His main goal in joining the Green Dragon Association was to absorb as much true dragon chi as possible so that he could sense the direction of the Great Dragon Sword. According to Wine Lord's analysis, he would need to at least reach the golden armor level to be able to sense it. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Since the Green Dragon Association gathered all the young geniuses in the entire Tiannan region, the competition would take a long time. During this period, as long as he increased his strength, there was still hope. Thinking of this, he used his soul to control the Sword of Devouring to absorb the black dragon flames while watching the competition. He even swallowed the divine sword visualization diagram into the mysterious small sword. Then, he separated a wisp of his soul to cultivate the divine sword visualization diagram. After reaching the level of a 4-star inscription master, one could do 4 things at once. This was because refining elixirs was a multitasking process. A genius alchemist like Lin Xian could multitask all the more. Wisps of black dragon flames were absorbed by the Sword of Devouring and quickly entered his body. Under the operation of the art of longevity, they were gradually converted into his spiritual power. He controlled it very carefully. The amount of black dragon flames he absorbed each time was just the limit that his body could bear. This way, he could safely absorb the energy and temper his body to the maximum. The divine sword visualization diagram was even more unpredictable. Lin Xian comprehended a lot from it. His swordsmanship was also improving, and his great dragon sword essence had become sharper than before. Lin Xian believed that if he continued to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram, it would not be long before his sword essence improved again. At that time, he would be able to contend with Zhou Jianying's sword essence. Just as Lin Xian was multitasking and improving his strength, the battles in the 4 arenas were fierce. In the first arena, Leng Yidao, who was wearing a bronze battle suit, went up. His opponent was a warrior in a silver battle suit, holding a metal sledgehammer. Ha! Another newcomer in a bronze battle suit. This time, I'm going to win 3 times in a row. The warrior laughed proudly. Then, he swung the metal sledgehammer and smashed it into the void. A sledgehammer the size of a house appeared in the sky and smashed toward Leng Yidao. Humph! Leng Yidao's saber light shone brightly as if it was going to pierce the sky. The dazzling saber light rushed up and instantly chopped the sledgehammer the size of a house into 2 halves. Then, the dazzling saber light sent the warrior in the silver battle suit flying. A wisp of true dragon chi flew out of the silver battle suit and entered Leng Yidao's body. Suddenly, his bronze battle suit bloomed with a trace of silver light. What? This kid actually sent Jiao Laolu flying with 1 move. Damn! What a terrifying saber light. Who is this kid? Chapter 457. There were many new geniuses like Leng Yidao in the 4 arenas. Many people were amazed. They realized that this year's Azure Dragon Society was even more powerful than the previous one. Lin Xian was cultivating while watching the battles. At this moment, his bronze armor emitted a ray of light as if it was guiding him to the arena. He knew that it was his turn. Then, he stood up. Lin Xian stood up slowly and leaped onto the arena. His opponent was a warrior in silver armor, holding a blue sky profound steel longsword. His aura was as strong as the clouds. It's a newcomer and a harmonious spirit. The warrior in silver armor laughed. Seems like I'm lucky to meet such an opponent. Kid, surrender now. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble when I attack. I'll give you a chance to attack first. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Lin Xian's lips curled. You're courting death. Yun Tianyang shouted angrily. How dare a bronze brat talk to him like that? His long sword moved slightly, drawing a strange sword light. Misty Cloud sword art. He's a disciple of the Yun family. Seems like that bronze brat is going to be unlucky. Yeah, I heard that the Misty Cloud sword art is extremely strange. It leaves no trace and kills without leaving a trace. That brat won't be able to dodge it. There were many whispers around the third arena. Lin Xian smiled when he saw the sword light filling the sky. Although the sword light was strange, there was nowhere to hide in front of him. Using the phantom demonic steps, he left behind an afterimage, while his real body dashed toward Yun Tianyang at top speed. Chi chi. Chi. Two sword chiefs suddenly appeared behind the afterimage and pierced into its body. Got him. Yun Tianyang sneered. The Misty Cloud sword art of the Yun family was unpredictable. Ordinary people couldn't catch it. In his opinion, this bronze brat was courting death for daring to challenge him. Below the arena, Xiao Kuang, Hua Fei, and the others were shocked. Did Lin Xian lose? Impossible. With Lin Xian's strength, it's impossible for him to lose. The two shook their heads. Sure enough, the phantom that was stabbed trembled and dissipated, disappearing from the spot. It's an afterimage. When did that kid leave? Most of these warriors came from other factions in the southern heaven region. They did not know about Lin Xian's performance near the Heavenly Fire sect. Therefore, Lin Xian's ghost-like speed had shocked them. Yun Tianyang's pupils contracted as well. He cursed inwardly as he quickly formed countless sword energies around him. However, he was still one step too slow. Dozens of green sword chis were as soft as willow branches as they quickly wrapped around him. Instantly, Yun Tianyang was wrapped up into a green dumpling. With a wave of his arm, Lin Xian threw Yun Tianyang off the stage. Suddenly, Lin Xian's true dragon chi increased, and his silver light bloomed on the bronze armor. What? That's it. Everyone was stunned. Yun Tianyang was a martial artist at the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, the Misty Cloud sword technique was extremely strange. It allowed Yun Tianyang's battle prowess to increase by several levels. But now, he was subdued by a harmonious spirit warrior with a bronze armor. This contrast was hard for everyone to accept. Is this guy also an expert? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with fear in their hearts. Humph. Useless thing. You can't even block a single attack. Below the stage, a cold-looking young man in a brocade robe said with a gloomy face. This brat is too despicable. How dare he hurt a disciple of the Yun family? Humph. He better not let me see him or I'll teach him a lesson. The disciples of the Yun family were furious. This brat is so fast. It seems like his strength is not bad. A young man with an explosive hairstyle said. There were a few strands of golden light on his silver armor. It was obvious that he was an expert. Judging from the current situation, he only had outstanding speed. If this was all he had, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the Azure Dragon Gathering. In front of the young man with the explosive hairstyle stood a martial artist in a golden armor. He was surrounded by lightning and emitted a terrifying aura. Lei Zhen, one of the 5 geniuses, came from the lightning sect. His lightning attribute technique was extremely violent. In the third group, other than Jin Wudao and Yu Yan, the others were nothing to worry about. All of you in the third group must fight for as many spots as possible to enter the Azure Dragon Genius battle. Lei Zhen said in a deep voice. Don't worry, senior brother. The disciple of the lightning sect said with a smile. They had outstanding strength and had participated in the previous Azure Dragon gathering. It could be said that they had both strength and experience. Other than a few peerless experts that they couldn't defeat, they didn't put the others in their eyes. It's my turn, the young man with the explosive hairstyle said. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived on the stage. Instantly, the area within 100 feet radius became a terrifying sea of lightning. Lightning punishment. With a loud laugh, the young man with the explosive hairstyle waved his hand. Suddenly, several huge bolts of lightning descended from the sky and struck his opponent's head. Instantly, a terrifying scene appeared on the stage. His opponent's body emitted a dazzling light as he resisted with all his strength. At the same time, he retreated rapidly, trying to dodge the lightning attack. You want to run? Humph. The young man with the explosive hairstyle snorted coldly. He waved his hand and a huge blue electric saw appeared in the air. In an instant, the air in front of him was split in half. The martial artist from the Yun family trembled and fell down powerlessly. On the silver armor, the wisp of golden light dimmed and entered the body of the young man with the explosive hairstyle. Then, the young man with the explosive hairstyle turned into a bolt of lightning again and disappeared from the stage. He's from the lightning sect. What a terrifying method. Everyone was terrified as they looked at the injured figure on the stage. Their hearts trembled. Lin Xian looked at the young man with the explosive hairstyle and was surprised. His opponent's attack was swift and fierce. Moreover, the intensity of the lightning didn't seem to be any weaker than his. Then, he looked at Lei Zhen in the crowd who was wearing a golden armor and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. In the crowd, Lei Zhen seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned his head. 2 rays of light like divine lightning exploded near Lin Xian's courtyard. In an instant, the surrounding people stiffened and trembled uncontrollably. Humph, overestimating yourself. Lei Zhen sneered and silently turned his head. In that instant, he saw a trace of battle intent in Lin Xian's eyes. However, as one of the 5 great talents, how could he put Lin Xian, a bronze martial artist, in his eyes? He actually dares to challenge eldest senior brother. This guy is courting death. The young man with the explosive hairstyle sneered. Senior brother, don't worry. Leave this person to me. I'll teach him how to behave properly. Then, the young man with the explosive hairstyle looked at Lin Xian and made a beheading gesture. Lin Xian frowned. The lightning sect's people were really vicious. He merely looked at the other party and the other party wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Beside him, Xiao Kuang and Hua Fei's hearts were beating wildly. Damn it, what did this guy do? He actually dared to anger Lei Zhen. Xiao Kuang cursed in his heart. Although he knew that Lin Xian was strong, it was impossible for him to fight against Lei Zhen. The others were also shocked. They all distanced themselves from Lin Xian, not daring to stay close to him. Humph, this kid is really courting death. He actually dared to provoke Lei Zhen. The Fantasy Moon sect's disciples sneered. Chapter 458. Everyone in the Illusionary Moon sect knew that their senior apprentice brother, Yu Yan, was interested in Zhao Shui. However, this Lin Xian was actually so close to Zhao Shui. This was simply provoking their senior apprentice brother. Therefore, the illusionary moon sect's disciples hated Lin Xian to the bone. Lin Xian naturally didn't know that his actions had already attracted the hostility of many people. He was currently thinking of a plan. Just as the lightning sect's disciples wanted to teach Lin Xian a lesson, Lin Xian was also scheming against the lightning sect's disciples. He had a bold plan in his heart. Although he had absorbed the black dragon's flames and had the fire attribute in his body, his power was still not enough. It was far from the lightning attribute. He had already comprehended the concept of wind. If he could comprehend the concept of lightning, he would be able to greatly increase his combat strength in a short period of time. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, the silver thunder body could no longer satisfy his needs for defense. He had to quickly evolve to the golden thunder body. Only then would he be able to gain an advantage in the spirit transformation realm. And all of this required a large amount of energy. Lin Xian had used the power of heavenly lightning to evolve the silver thunder body last time. One could imagine how much lightning energy was needed to evolve to the golden thunder body. Therefore, Lin Xian's attention turned to the lightning sect's disciples. Now that he had the sword of devouring, he could completely devour the lightning energy released by the lightning sect's disciples. These people were all spirit transformation realm experts. The energy they contained was terrifying. Moreover, there was Lei Jin, an outstanding person who contained pure lightning energy. If Lin Xian could absorb his lightning energy, then he would be able to quickly break through to the golden thunder body. Moreover, he would have a high chance of comprehending the concept of lightning. After all, he was only one step away from the concept of lightning. Thinking of this, Lin Xian revealed a smile. The competition continued. Soon, the bronze armor on Lin Xian's body reacted again. With a tap of his foot, he appeared on the stage again. His opponent was a martial artist wearing silver armor. Moreover, there was a golden glow on his body. When this youth saw Lin Xian on stage, he quickly formed a series of hand seals. Suddenly, a bone-piercing chill spread out around him. Countless dark blue ice crystals appeared within a radius of 100 feet, and snowflakes were even floating in the sky. This person was actually an ice attribute martial artist. After doing this, he sneered. He had watched Lin Xian's matches before, and Lin Xian's ghost-like speed was frightening. However, as long as he could restrain Lin Xian's speed, he was not afraid of any other methods. He was able to restrain Lin Xian's speed because he was an ice attribute martial artist. As long as they were within 10 feet of him, their speed would be slowed down, and they might even be frozen. Once Lin Xian slowed down or froze, he would definitely win the match. However, what surprised him was that this time, Lin Xian did not use his ghost-like speed. Lin Xian waved his arm, forming a huge lightning sword qi in the air. The sword qi was terrifying like 3,000 thunderbolts, releasing a violent aura as it crashed down. Instantly, the ice element man's ice defense was mercilessly blasted apart. The huge lightning sword qi exploded, forming a sea of lightning that enveloped him. When the silver lightning dissipated, the ice element martial artist's body was charred black, his hair standing on end, and his body emitted a burnt smell. A trace of true dragon qi entered Lin Xian's bronze armor. What? Lightning. Lin Xian is also a lightning attribute martial artist. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian did not display any attributes in the previous matches, so everyone thought that Lin Xian's speed was extraordinary, and his other attacks were mediocre. However, they did not expect him to be able to use such a terrifying lightning attribute. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. After Lin Xian defeated his opponent, he did not leave quickly. Instead, he turned to look in the direction of the Thunder sect disciples, and revealed a provocative smile. Then, with light steps, he came down from the stage. This guy is courting death. The Thunder sect disciples were furious. Lei Zhen's face was gloomy, and lightning crackled on his body. Someone actually dared to challenge them. This was something that had not happened for many years. Moreover, the other party was merely a bronze martial artist, an ant-like existence in his eyes. Such a person had no right to challenge the Thunder Sect. Kid, I'll let you know the consequences of challenging the Thunder Sect. The Afro youth's eyes shone with a cold light. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to challenge the Thunder Sect. This was simply courting death. Zhao Kuang's heart trembled. He could not wait to escape from this place, lest the Thunder Sect misunderstood his relationship with Lin Xian. Lin Xian had a calm expression. He wanted to provoke the Thunder Sect disciples to attack. Only then would he have the chance to absorb the lightning energy. The match continued, and Zhao Kuang entered the stage. His opponent was actually the Yun family's youth in the brocade robe. Zhao Kuang was very wary of the Yun family's Misty Cloud sword technique, so he planned to defend and counterattack. However, that strange sword light was very sharp, and it cut through his defense, leaving a terrifying sword mark on his body. "I admit defeat," Zhao Kuang screamed. Soon, he lost the true dragon qi in his body. Many people were shocked. Zhao Kuang's strength was enough to enter the top 200, but he could not withstand Yunfeng's sword. The Yun family was indeed one of the three major sword families. The Misty Cloud sword technique was strange and unpredictable, killing without leaving a trace. That youth should be the head disciple of the Yun family, Yun Feng. Looking at his strength, he should be able to enter the top 50 this time. I think he has a chance to enter the top 30. Everyone discussed, their hearts filled with fear. The three major sword families. Lin Xian was puzzled. Someone explained, the three major sword families refer to the Yun family, Shui family, and Xie family. These three families' sword techniques are unique, each forming their own path. Their disciples are also elites. They are known as the three major sword families below the myriad sword sect. So that's how it is. The three great sword clans are interesting. Lin Xian understood. Yunfeng's Misty Cloud sword technique was clearly more advanced than Yun Tianyang's. Even he would have to put in a lot of effort to go against it. Look, the Xie family disciple in the first arena is attacking. Someone exclaimed. Xie family. One of the three major sword families. Lin Xian looked up. A cold-looking youth walked out of the first arena. His opponent was Fan Chao, the head disciple of one of the four major countries. Fan Chao's expression was solemn as he sent out hundreds of palm shadows in succession. Facing such a terrifying attack, the youth quickly drew his sword. The air trembled slightly, then he sheathed his sword, turned around, and walked down the arena. That's it. Everyone was puzzled, not knowing what he was going to do. However, the next moment, the palm shadows dissipated, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared on Fan Chao's shoulder. Everyone gasped, their hearts filled with fear. What a fast sword! They did not see the trajectory of the sword light at all, and they did not even see the youth's movements clearly. The sword light was beyond their perception. Lin Xian was also shocked. He only sensed the general trajectory, but he did not catch the precise sword light. It was his first time encountering such a thing. Chapter 459. Lin Xian exclaimed. He realized that the Xia family's youth strength was even above Yunfeng's. The Azure Dragon Association was indeed amazing. They could actually gather all the geniuses in the Tiannan region. Lin Xian was excited. Normally, it would be difficult for him to meet such an expert, but the Azure Dragon Association gave him such an opportunity. Here, he could see all kinds of sword techniques. This would be of great help to his growth. Moreover, he knew that whether it was the Xia family swordsman or Yun Feng, they must have held back most of their strength. Moreover, the two of them might have comprehended sword intent or some other concept. However, Lin Xian had never fought with them before, so he could not figure out their strength. I really hope I can fight with these genius swordsmen. The competition progressed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had already participated in 4 battles. In these 4 battles, he had won all 4 of them. On his bronze armor, there were 4 additional silver auras. He believed that it would not be long before his bronze armor became a silver armor. In the 3rd arena, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame defeated his opponent in 1 move every time he attacked. Lei Zhen, Yu Yan, and the others also won easily. Zhao Kuang was unlucky. He was injured earlier, so he only had 1 victory and 3 losses. Hua Fei had 2 victories and 2 losses. However, she was still young. Moreover, this result was already very good for her. At this moment, Lin Xian entered the arena again. His opponent was also a martial artist who won all 4 battles. This was a young man with bronze skin. The muscles on his body bulged like a dragon. In his previous battles, it was as if he took the opponent's attack and then defeated his opponent with 1 punch. It could be said that he was a very powerful martial artist, especially his defensive ability. At this moment, the youth Yuan Shan looked at Lin Xian and revealed a wild smile. Very good. If I defeat you, my bronze armor will become silver armor. The surrounding crowd discussed. Lin Xian and Yuan Shan were both new geniuses. Moreover, both of them had 4 silver auras. No matter who it was, as long as they won 1 more battle, they would become silver armor. I think Yuan Shan has a higher chance of winning. After all, his terrifying defense is unmatched. Lin Xian might not be able to break through his defense. Yeah, even that spirit transformation realm cultivator from before couldn't break through the Yuan Mountain's defense. That guy is really too abnormal. Everyone discussed among themselves. Even though Lin Xian's performance was very outstanding, in front of Yuan Shan's astonishing defense, Lin Xian's abnormal speed and violent lightning seemed to have met his nemesis. Brat, let me tell you, your moves are useless against me. Neither speed nor lightning can break through my defense. Yuan Shan was very confident. His body blossomed with yellow light, and 3 shield-like phantoms quickly revolved around him. Moreover, there was a layer of ancient yellow light on his skin. Like Diamond One, it emitted a metallic luster. We'll know once we give it a try. Lin Xian said solemnly. He waved his arm, and a huge lightning sword energy came crashing down. Boom! Lightning suddenly appeared, the lightning sword chi collided with Yuan Shan's defense, forming a sea of lightning golden light. However, the terrifying lightning only forced Yuan Shan back, and didn't break through the 3 rotating defensive shields in front of him. Ha, you can't even break through my first layer of defense. You'll lose for sure. Yuan Shan laughed loudly. As expected, Lin Xian is restrained. No wonder. Not to mention him, even if a spirit transformation realm middle stage cultivator came, they might not be able to break through Yuan Shan's defense. Everyone discussed, and they all thought that Lin Xian would lose for sure. The lightning sect disciple looked at the stage and sneered, looks like we don't need to do anything. Someone can take care of that brat. The fantasy moon sect disciple also sneered, he can't even wear the silver armor, and he wants to pursue junior sister Zhao Shui with this kind of strength? What a fool's dream. However, Lin Xian smiled indifferently. It was indeed tougher than expected. He swiped his finger and quickly took out the black scabbard. Holding the star extinction sword, Lin Xian's aura instantly became fierce. What, he's a swordsman? Everyone was shocked. Humph. So what if you take out a weapon? You still can't break through my defense. Yuan Shan sneered. He strengthened his defense again, and then slapped out with his palm. As a body refinement cultivator, not only was his defense outstanding, his attack was even more terrifying. His bronze fist quickly became bigger, and rushed towards Lin Xian like a small mountain. 3,000 lightning haste. The star extinction sword was unsheathed, and terrifying lightning flashed in the air. Silver lightning surged and slashed towards Yuan Shan. Crack crack. Boom. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the defensive shield in front of Yuan Shan instantly cracked, and a scarlet sword mark appeared on his diamond-like skin. Puff! Yuan Shan's body flew out. Sheathing his sword, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he stood proudly. What a violent sword art! Everyone was shocked. That sword attack just now didn't have any fancy moves. It completely used the power of lightning to tear through Yuan Shan's defense. This sword art could be said to be terrifying. At this moment, the Cloud Tribe, Lightning Sect, and Fantasy Moon Sect disciples all looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes were filled with deep enmity and seriousness. It was especially so for the Yun family. Lin Xian's display of two completely different sword techniques had surprised them. One must know that a swordsman's style was hard to change. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He could feel that the bronze armor on his body was undergoing some kind of change. As expected, when the true dragon chi entered the bronze armor again, the armor gave off a silver light. The silver armor is complete. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He finally broke through the lowest bronze armor level and reached the silver armor level. With his current true dragon chi, Lin Xian estimated that he should be in the top 200. Lin Xian's performance shocked many people, but this was just the beginning. After this, Lin Xian continued to sing. 5 consecutive wins, 6 consecutive wins, all the way to 10 consecutive wins. Lin Xian won 10 matches, and became a dazzling star. The silver armor on his body had already condensed 2 rays of golden light, like 2 small golden dragons that constantly swam. This kind of battle record directly shocked everyone. One must know that everyone present was a genius. In such a genius competition, the probability of achieving 10 consecutive wins was very small. Only extremely powerful newcomers could achieve such a dazzling result. Without a doubt, in everyone's eyes, Lin Xian had already become a terrifying existence. Not only him, but in the other 3 arenas, there were also super powerful new stars. In the first arena, Lang Yidao's aura was sharp, and his blade light soared into the sky. He had won 10 consecutive battles. That cold blade intent made people's hearts tremble. Zhao Shue's white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Every time she attacked, she could make her opponent fall into an endless illusion with a glance. She had yet to be defeated. Dongfang Xiong was like an ancient fierce beast, using violent power to suppress his opponent. Moreover, he became braver as he fought, and his strength rapidly increased in battle. Chapter 460. For example, the Xia clan had a superstar whose sword technique was unparalleled. In fact, after 10 matches, no one was able to clearly see how he drew his sword. The Lightning Sect also had a superstar disciple. His lightning aura was violent, second only to Lei Zhen. Peerless geniuses rushed out like bamboo shoots after the rain, competing with the geniuses from the previous batch. On the ancient city, the 5 supremacies smiled in satisfaction. Another batch of geniuses. These are new geniuses that have surpassed the previous batch. The geniuses from these 2 batches are the strongest in the past 500 years. Back then, the Tiannan region was destroyed by the Black Dragon cult and lost many geniuses. Now, it seems like it has recovered. Supremacy Red Flame smiled. At this moment, a palm-sized jade bird flew over from the sky and landed on Supremacy Green Lotus's shoulder. The jade bird chirped a few times as if it was transmitting some kind of message. Indeed, after a while, Supremacy Green Lotus frowned. Hearing the message from the jade bird, Supremacy Green Lotus's face darkened. What's going on? Supremacy Red Flame and the others were puzzled. As a Supremacy, they were already at the peak of the Tiannan region. Basically, there was nothing that could make a Supremacy worried. However, Supremacy Green Lotus revealed a rare worried expression. According to the Martial Alliance, there are remnants of the Black Dragon cult among the Azure Dragon Association's disciples. What? The remnants of the Black Dragon cult are also here. Supremacy Red Flame and the others were shocked. Supremacy Green Lotus's message was clear. The remnants of the Black Dragon cult were not among the audience, but among the Azure Dragon Association's disciples. It was obvious that they had a motive for doing so. True Dragon Aura. Supremacy Green Lotus's face darkened. They must be here for the True Dragon Aura. Then what should we do? There are more than 700 participants here. How can we know who it is? It shouldn't be a disciple from the previous batch. Otherwise, we would have already received the news. Moreover, if the Black Dragon cult wants to obtain the True Dragon Aura, they will definitely send out young experts. Therefore, we only need to keep an eye on the new geniuses. The 5 Supremacy's hearts were heavy. They would never allow the Black Dragon cult to obtain the True Dragon Aura. Supremacy Green Lotus was worried that the True Dragon Aura was related to the Black Dragon cult's leader. He had participated in the war against the Black Dragon sect, so he knew some inside information. I hope my guess isn't true. Venerable Green Lotus stared down. The martial artists below naturally didn't know. They were still nervously watching the competition. Lin Xian sang loudly all the way, continuously achieving consecutive victories. Half of his silver armor had already turned a faint golden color. As the number of matches increased, everyone's strength was gradually revealed. On the third arena, the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince suppressed everyone and no one could match up to him. Behind him were Lei Zhen and Yu Yan, the 2 heroes. Both of them were wearing dazzling golden armor. In addition to them, there were also a few warriors in golden armor. Obviously, these were the masters of the previous batch. These warriors in golden armor were the top existences of the third arena. They represented the pinnacle of combat strength. Other than them, there were a few other people who were extremely eye-catching. That was the new rising star of this year's batch. These people were strong, far stronger than most warriors. Some of them were even as strong as warriors in golden armor. Among them, the most dazzling were 3 people. Lin Xian, Thunder Sect's Sheng Wanhao, and Yun family's Yun Hai. These 3 people had maintained a winning record since the beginning of the competition. They had never lost. Everyone could accept the rising stars of the Thunder Sect and Yun family. After all, they were both top forces. However, Lin Xian's appearance was unexpected. The overall strength of the Dragon Star Nation was different. In the past, it was impossible for such a rising star to appear. Many people were secretly investigating Lin Xian's background. On the ancient city, the 5 venerables looked at Lin Xian and frowned. Ever since they learned that the remnants of the Black Dragon sect had infiltrated, they had been keeping a close eye on the rising star. As for Lin Xian, a star genius without a strong background, he naturally attracted more attention. Who is this young man? What's his background? Venerable Green Lotus asked. Soon, a spirit-detecting realm warrior came to report. Venerable One, we have investigated him. That young man is Lin Xian, a disciple of the Dragon Star Nation's Great Banner Sect. Great Banner Sect. The 5 venerables were slightly surprised. Speaking of Great Banner Sect, they were no strangers. The sect leader of Great Banner Sect, Enrich, used to be a member of the Martial Alliance. Do you have any other clues? Venerable Green Lotus asked. According to our intelligence, this Lin Xian was not originally a disciple of Great Banner Sect. Moreover, he is not from the Dragon Star Nation. What? The 5 venerables were shocked. It seemed that this young man called Lin Xian was very suspicious. Where is he from? Why did he join Great Banner Sect? I have already asked the people of Great Banner Sect. It is said that Lin Xian joined Great Banner Sect to participate in the Azure Dragon Association. As for his background, he once appeared in the Tianshan Nation and became the champion of the Pill King tournament. As for what happened in the Tianshan Nation before, we are not too clear about it. Continue investigating. We must get to the bottom of his background. Venerable Green Lotus said. At present, this Lin Xian's identity was the most suspicious. What's there to investigate? Who cares if he is or not? Capture him first. Venerable Red Flame snorted. If there is no other way, search his soul directly. Venerable, according to our intelligence, this Lin Xian seems to have a close relationship with Venerable Lang, the spirit-detecting realm martial artist said. Oh, he has a relationship with Lang Rushuang. The venerables were surprised. It seemed that this Lin Xian was more mysterious than they had imagined. He actually had a relationship with Venerable Lang. One had to know that Venerable Lang had been injured for hundreds of years and had been cultivating in seclusion. Even they could not see her. However, if Lin Xian had a relationship with sect leader Lang, he must not be simple. Go and investigate first. Don't act rashly, Venerable Green Lotus instructed. Lin Xian naturally did not know that he had been targeted by the venerables. He was cultivating while watching the competition in the arena. Soon, he raised his eyebrows and revealed an excited expression. This was because the person who had entered the arena was a young man with lightning and a terrifying aura. This young man was the rising star of the lightning sect, Shangguan Hao. What a terrifying power of lightning. This Shangguan Hao's strength is probably very close to Lei Zhen's. Yeah, ordinary spirit transformation realm martial artists can hardly get close to him. As expected of a rising star. His aura is indeed extraordinary. The crowd below the arena discussed animatedly. Kid, your strength is not bad. However, your winning streak ends here. On the opposite side, a young man with a blood-red whip sneered. This young man's aura was equally powerful. Most of the armor on his body glowed with a golden light. Only a small part of it was silver. It was obvious that this was an expert. Chapter 461. He's a green dragon genius from the previous cohort. I remember that he was ranked 51st, the top 72 were all green dragon geniuses. They had been baptized by the true dragon chi in the previous cohort and were much stronger than their peers. It seems that the kid from the Thunder sect is in danger. Yeah, he actually met a veteran green dragon genius. However, the disciples of the Thunder sect had a mocking expression. They were not worried about Shangguan Hao's safety at all. In the arena, Shangguan Hao looked at his opponent with a disdainful expression. What green dragon genius? You can only kneel in front of me. The lightning on his body shone brightly. A huge lightning ball condensed in front of his chest and shot forward quickly. Wherever it passed, lightning filled the air and the void trembled. Humph, kid, you're still too inexperienced. Luo Fei's blood-red whip shook and hit the lightning ball with a terrifying force. Boom! The two collided and formed a terrifying energy wave that spread quickly. The area within a 100-meter radius was in chaos and the energy wave continued to spread. Luo Fei is at the peak of the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Sheng Guanhao can actually tie with him. The two of them exchanged blows quickly. Terrifying energy waves exploded in the arena. Fortunately, the ancient arena was big enough. Otherwise, the energy waves alone would have injured some martial artists. Sea of Lightning Spirit Transformation. Sheng Guanhao shouted coldly. The sea of lightning behind him rolled and condensed into a ferocious lightning beast. The terrifying aura made many people's hearts tremble. Everyone was horrified. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Seeing that Sheng Guanhao was finally serious, he could use this opportunity to observe the martial arts of the Thunder sect. In the arena, the ferocious lightning beast roared and its momentum shook the sky. Then it turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward quickly. The lightning beast was lifelike as if it really existed. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Luo Fei sneered and lashed out with his blood-red whip. Spirit transformation. I can do it too. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red whip shook and turned into a 100-meter-long blood-red python that pounced on the lightning beast. The two forces collided and waves of energy spread in all directions. In the end, they turned into two streams of spiritual qi and dissipated in the air. Sheng Guanhao's face was gloomy. He waved his arm and condensed a lightning-long blade that slashed forward. The saber radiance was astonishing. It was as if divine lightning had struck down. Luo Fei was not to be outdone either. The blood-red whip seemed to come alive, shattering the lightning saber light with every strike. The two of them quickly exchanged blows, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. Sheng Guanhao was proud and arrogant. Seeing that he couldn't gain the upper hand, he finally shouted angrily. The thunder and lightning on his body suddenly rose and formed countless thunder and lightning halos. A violent aura that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens emanated from his body. This is the essence of thunder. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he stared at Sheng Guanhao. After waiting for such a long time, he finally waited for the other party's concept of lightning. Die. After using the essence of thunder, Sheng Guanhao became even more violent, as if he was the god of thunder. Behind him, a 100-meter-tall thunder hammer appeared, as if it was the hammer of the thunder god. Damn it! It's actually the concept of thunder and lightning. In the distance, Luo Fei's face was gloomy. The concept of thunder and lightning was incomparably violent. Within the concept, it was an extremely terrifying existence. He was afraid that Sheng Guanhao's strength would be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Luo Fei did not dare delay any longer. He quickly activated the blood python concept. Thunder and lightning overflowed, and a sea of thunder filled the sky. On the other side, the blood python roared with terrifying killing intent. The two concepts collided, and the arena was in a mess. The terrifying energy spread out rapidly like waves. The aftermath was enough to shatter an ordinary warrior in the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xian stared at Sheng Guanhao, carefully comprehending his concept of thunder and lightning. He even secretly used the devouring sword to absorb some of the thunder and lightning aura at the edge to comprehend quickly. In his body, the silver thunder and lightning trembled as if they were about to leave his body. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was now one step closer to the concept of thunder. However, if he wanted to fully comprehend the concept of thunder, he was afraid that he still needed to fight with his opponent. Just as he was comprehending the concept of thunder, there was a shocking change in the arena. Sheng Guanhao held the hammer of the thunder god in his hand. Thunder and lightning surged behind him, forming huge thunder and lightning wings. He flapped his wings and disappeared instantly. His figure flashed and appeared behind Luo Fei in an instant. The huge thunder and lightning hammer fell and hit Luo Fei, sending him flying. Luo Fei fell into the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with horror. The Thunder Wings flight technique. You have learned this secret skill. Everyone was shocked. They had heard of the Thunder Wings flight technique. It was said that only Lei Jin had learned this secret skill. They did not expect Sheng Guanhao to have learned it so fast. Lin Xian was also shocked. At that moment, Sheng Guanhao's speed was definitely not slower than his illusory demonic steps. It seems that the secret skill of the Thunder Sect is indeed magical. It can be used at such speed. Lin Xian could also evolve the Thunder Wings. However, he knew that his evolution speed would not be as fast as Sheng Guanhao's. Only by mastering a secret skill could one maximize their speed. I really want to fight with him. Lin Xian's blood was boiling. Luo Fei was defeated and his true dragon chi was lost. At this moment, Sheng Guanhao's silver armor was mostly covered with golden light. At this moment, the golden light on his body had surpassed that of Lin Xian and Yun Hai. He had become the most powerful among the rising stars. Junior brother Shengguan, you did well. You can definitely enter the top 30. The young man with the afro from the Thunder Sect laughed. Top 30. My goal is to be in the top 10. Sheng Guanhao said proudly. My goal is to be on the same level as eldest senior brother. Sheng Guanhao from the Thunder Sect had one. However, Yun Hai from the Yun family was not so lucky. He had encountered Lei Jin. Yun Hai performed the Misty Cloud sword technique to the extreme. Behind him, clouds and mist filled the air. His aura was no weaker than Yunfang's. At the same time, he also performed the Cloud Will to form an even more powerful attack. Facing one of the top 5 talents, he did not dare to relax. He used his most powerful move right from the start. Misty Cloud Sword. As he swung his sword, the clouds in the sky moved rapidly. The sword radiance was fleeting and the Cloud Will was surging. This move was enough to kill an ordinary martial artist in the spirit transformation realm. However, Lei Jin only snorted coldly. A pair of lightning wings that were almost 100 meters long appeared on his back. They streaked across the sky at high speed. As the lightning flashed, the clouds and mist were sliced apart. Wherever the lightning passed, a deep crack appeared on the black gold ground. Boom! Yun Hai was enveloped by the lightning. He fell powerlessly, his chest charred black. Facing the lightning wings, he felt a strong sense of powerlessness. It was too fast. It was so fast that he could not dodge it. Moreover, this was under the condition that Lei Jin had held back. Otherwise, that attack just now would have been enough to cut open his body. Everyone was shocked and even more respectful of Lei Jin. Even someone as powerful as Yun Hai could not withstand one attack from Lei Jin. Perhaps only the top 5 talents could contend with him. Chapter 462. Lei Jin's speed was too fast and he could only capture a bit of the lightning aura. Obviously, this was not enough for him to comprehend the concept of lightning. However, he believed that as long as he could fight with the disciples of the lightning sect, he would soon be able to condense the concept of lightning. Thinking of this, he temporarily put aside his comprehension of lightning and continued to absorb the black dragon flames. As the fire-attributed energy in his body increased, Lin Xian gradually had a new idea in his mind. That was elemental fusion. For example, lightning and fire elemental fusion, wind and lightning elemental fusion, wind and fire elemental fusion. He had once used the black scabbard to fuse the wind and lightning elemental fusion, and its power definitely exceeded that of a single elemental power. If he could fuse the two violent powers of lightning and fire, the terrifying energy attack would reach an unimaginable level. He had already begun to experiment. He could now use the power of wind and lightning, but he was still experimenting with the power of lightning and fire. On the ancient battle platform, the competition quickly progressed. In the fourth arena, Dongfang Xiong let out an angry roar. The golden light in his body surged, and his red blood was dyed with a layer of golden light. The violent energy tore the air apart, and the sky was filled with golden light. A blurry figure condensed behind him, and it seemed to emit a terrifying power. Even so, he still could not defeat his opponent. Because his opponent was one of the four great prodigies, Yan Shan. Yan Shan's fingers moved as he controlled two puppets to fight Dongfang Xiong. He had a mocking expression on his face, obviously not taking this competition seriously. Of the two puppets, one was a mummy with a metallic luster, and the other was a huge scorpion. The two puppets were as fast as ghosts as they attacked Dongfang Xiong together. Only Dongfang Xiong's strong defense could resist the attacks of the two puppets. Otherwise, even a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator would not be able to resist. Even so, Dongfang Xiong was still injured. The huge purple scorpion's stinger slid, forming a strange light that instantly left a wound on Dongfang Xiong's body. A ball of pale golden blood flew out, shining faintly in the air. The blood was absorbed by the huge bandage behind Yan Shan. The package wrapped in bandages trembled slightly, as if it was very excited. What is in the bandage? Everyone was shocked. They felt a heart-shaking power from it. But no one knew what it was, because no one could make Yan Shan use the thing behind him. Perhaps only the other three geniuses had the ability to do so. Every time Yan Shan fought someone, he would absorb the blood of his opponent. However, this time, the bag on his back actually emitted an excited fluctuation after absorbing Dongfang Xiong's blood. He actually possesses the power of the bloodline. Yan Shan's eyes flashed with a cruel light as he licked his lips. Then, he stretched out his hand, and a pitch-black iron pipe extended from his palm, instantly rushing towards Dongfang Xiong. The black pipe drew a black arc in the air and instantly arrived in front of Dongfang Xiong. Dongfang Xiong's expression changed drastically. He stomped his foot and dodged to the side. However, the huge purple scorpion puppet used its two poisonous pincers to tightly clamp onto the eastern wind bear, causing him to be unable to move. Puff! The black tube was inserted into Dongfang Xiong's shoulder and quickly absorbed his blood. Streams of faint golden blood flowed out quickly, and the golden figure behind Dongfang Xiong also began to dim. Scram! The eastern wind bear roared into the sky and merged with the shadow behind him. Instantly, a shocking power burst forth. Bang! The puppet scorpion's poisonous pincers were broken in two. Chapter 463. Hua Fei and the rest turned pale with fright. In the arena, Song Ke sneered. What an idiot. However, his smile froze in the next moment. The blue lightning that filled the sky disappeared quickly, and so did the lightning tiger. The silver light on Lin Xian's body shone brightly, forming a terrifying aura. What? He's fine. It was unbelievable that he could withstand the Thunder Tiger Fist. Was this kid still human? The disciples of the Lightning Sect were even more shocked. They knew the power of the Thunder Tiger Fist. With Lin Xian's strength, it was impossible for him to withstand it. However, not only did Lin Xian catch it, he was also unscathed. He was not hurt at all. This strange phenomenon shocked them. Even Lei Xin's brows were tightly knitted together. In the arena, silver lightning flashed like a silver dragon. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had absorbed all the lightning energy. Such pure lightning energy. As expected of a disciple of the Lightning Sect. He was satisfied. However, Song Ke's face darkened. Lin Xian withstood the Thunder Tiger fist unscathed. Song Kei's face was as black as an iron pot. Damn it. What did this kid do? How could he ignore my Thunder Tiger fist? I don't care. I must get rid of this kid quickly. Otherwise, I'll lose all my face. Song Kei's face darkened. As he moved, lightning gathered on his limbs, forming a giant tiger claw. He slammed it toward Lin Xian. The claw easily tore through the air. However, Lin Xian did not dodge. He continued to take the Thunder Tiger claw head-on. The sword of devouring in his body secretly spun quickly. It absorbed the lightning he touched and converted it into pure lightning energy to strengthen his body. What? This again. Song Kei's eyes narrowed when he saw Xian ignore his lightning attack again. Ah! He roared into the sky and quickly formed a giant lightning energy ball. He threw it downward. Boom! The terrifying thunder lightning ball instantly enveloped Lin Xian, forming a gigantic circular lightning arc above the entire arena, covering the entire area. Humph! That's what you get for being so arrogant. Now that you've been hit by my lightning energy ball, you have no chance of surviving. Song Kei laughed loudly. Everyone was silent. This energy ball was too terrifying. It was enough to blast away several nearing transformation intermediate stage martial artists. Lin Xian would definitely not be able to take it. The disciples of the Lightning Sect were jubilant. How dare you go against the Lightning Sect? You've overestimated yourself. Sheng Guanhao also sneered. How can he be called a rising star with such a level? However, Lei Zhen's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. His gaze was like lightning as he looked towards the stage. He could sense that Lin Xian's aura had not weakened. Soon, everyone realized that something was wrong. Sheng Guanhao's face darkened when he saw Lin Xian unscathed with his black hair fluttering in the wind. He had just mocked Lin Xian's strength, but now, Lin Xian had actually appeared unscathed. This was clearly a slap to his face. Humph! Sheng Guanhao's face turned cold. In the arena, Song Kei fell into great shock. As a genius disciple of the Lightning Sect, he had gone through countless battles. He had even fought with the 5 great talents before. However, there had never been a battle like this one. It was too strange. All his attacks seemed to have lost their effect and could not cause any damage. For a moment, he wondered if he had fallen into an illusion. Lin Xian absorbed a large amount of lightning and was in a good mood. He looked up at Song Kei in the sky and smiled. I say, did you not eat? The power of lightning is so weak. If you really can't do it, why don't you get someone else? Although Lin Xian's voice was not loud, it spread clearly in all directions. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. This kid was too arrogant. The disciples of the Lightning Sect were even more furious. Among them, Sheng Guanhao's body surged with lightning. He could not wait to jump into the arena and fight with Lin Xian. Song Kei was so angry that his whole body trembled. The lightning on his body formed a terrifying aura. Kid, you've completely angered me. No one can save you today. With that, he pulled out a long spear from his storage ring. It was a dark golden spear with intricate patterns engraved on it. It emitted a fierce aura. With the long spear in hand, Song Kei's aura rose again. Since the lightning could not hurt Lin Xian, he planned to use a weapon to attack. He did not believe that a mid-grade spiritual treasure could not hurt his opponent. Lightning surrounded his feet. Song Kei turned into a bolt of lightning and stabbed at Lin Xian. On the tip of the spear, a terrifying spinning force of lightning was formed. The attack was enough to pierce through any defense. Seeing Song Kei take the initiative to attack, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He lightly tapped his feet and used the illusory demon steps to quickly dodge the amazing spear. Then, he quickly reached out and grabbed the spear shaft. Go to hell. Song Ke did not expect Lin Xian to dare grab his weapon. He immediately shouted in anger. The lightning in the sky condensed into a huge lightning saw and mercilessly fell. The devouring sword in his body quickly revolved. He began to madly absorb the lightning on Song Ke's body. Not good, retreat. Lei Zhen suddenly shouted from below. He's absorbing your lightning. What? Absorbing the lightning. The crowd was shocked and looked at the arena in disbelief. The disciples of the lightning sect were also surprised. Even they did not dare to casually absorb the lightning of others. But Lin Xian was so bold. Was he not afraid of being injured by the violent lightning? Lei Zhen's face was gloomy. He had been suspicious from the beginning. Only now did he confirm that Lin Xian was indeed absorbing the lightning on Song Ke's body. This guy must be trying to strengthen his body. As one of the top 5 talents, Lei Zhen's eyes were sharp. He could see Lin Xian's intention at a glance. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame looked at the arena and revealed a playful smile for the first time. You dare to absorb the lightning. Interesting. But you're too weak. You're not worth my time. With Lin Xian's current strength, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame did not put him in his eyes. In the arena, Song Ke was terrified. In fact, he did not need Lei Zhen's reminder. He already knew that Lin Xian was absorbing his lightning. That was because the lightning in his body was out of control and was crazily rushing into Lin Xian's body. What is this guy trying to do? How can he absorb so much lightning? Isn't he afraid of his body exploding? Song Ke was shocked. He wanted to abandon his spear and retreat, but he realized that Lin Xian had already grabbed him. Retreat. At this moment, he no longer had the intention to attack. He just wanted to stay far away from Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian would not give up such a good opportunity. He used the illusory demon steps and stuck close to Song Quebec. Every time they clashed, Lin Xian would absorb a part of Song Ke's lightning. In the end, Song Ke's aura became weaker and weaker. He was no longer Lin Xian's opponent. I admit defeat. Song Ke shouted in fear. He did not dare to continue the fight. There was only 1/3 of the lightning left in his body. If he continued the fight, his lightning would be sucked dry. Hearing Song Ke admit defeat, Lin Xian could only stop attacking. Feeling the power of lightning in his body, he sighed softly. Song Ke was strong, but the lightning he provided was not enough to evolve the Silver Thunder constitution. As soon as Lin Xian approached, he felt a strong impact from the concept of thunder. In an instant, the silver lightning on his body was suppressed. The lightning that contained the concept of thunder was many times more powerful. Even if he had the devouring sword, he didn't dare to absorb too much. Seeing Lin Xian's state, Sheng Wanhao laughed arrogantly. I thought you were powerful, but this is all you have. You're defeated. Sheng Wanhao waved the thunderbolt hammer and smashed it down. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Sheng Wanhao to be so violent and domineering that he could suppress Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was capable of absorbing lightning. No wonder he's the #1 dark horse. His combat strength is terrifying. It seems that Sheng Wanhao is going to win this match. The disciples of the Thunder sect were all excited, waving their arms and shouting. The power in Lin Xian's body burst out. He couldn't compete with Sheng Wanhao with the Silver Thunder body alone, so he quickly displayed the concept of wind. The surrounding air froze as if it was under Lin Xian's control. His body was like a wisp of smoke, passing by the thunderbolt hammer and constantly moving around Sheng Wanhao. The huge thunderbolt hammer fell, causing the whole arena to tremble. The violent power was like waves hitting a huge rock, spreading in all directions. Even a warrior in the early stage of the spirit transformation realm would be easily torn apart. Lin Xian was like a sailboat of the Thunder Sea sect, constantly swaying. However, he had successfully resisted the concept of thunder. What? He resisted it. This is the concept of wind. Lin Xian actually has the concept of wind. Everyone was shocked. After resisting the concept of thunder, Lin Xian no longer held back his cultivation. The aura of the spirit transformation realm suddenly burst out. At the same time, the silver thunder body on his body flashed, forming a whirlpool-like thunder pattern, quickly absorbing the surrounding lightning. Spirit transformation realm. He is a warrior in the spirit transformation realm. Has he been suppressing his cultivation before? Everyone went crazy. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful trump card. At the same time, this also proved his strength. Lin Xian had won more than a dozen matches in a row and finished them easily. Now, he was finally forced to use his trump card. The early stage of the spirit transformation realm and the concept of wind. Is this your trump card? Sheng Wanhao sneered. In front of me, you can't withstand a single blow. Thunder God's fury. Sheng Wanhao floated in the air, holding the huge Thunder God's hammer. Dozens of terrifying thunderbolts fell down around him. Unsheathing the star extinction sword, Lin Xian slashed up. The terrifying sword radiance surged and split the thunderbolt in half. At the same time, the silver whirlpool on his body spun rapidly, absorbing the surrounding lightning. Sword chi crisscrossed and lightning danced. The terrifying momentum attracted everyone in the surroundings. Not only the third arena, but the warriors in the other arenas were also alarmed. In the past, such a fierce battle would only appear in the Azure Dragon Genius ranking battle. They didn't expect it to appear in the preliminaries this time. Except for a few top experts, everyone else had a serious expression. This kind of battle power made their hearts palpitate. Especially the newcomers who were participating this time, they all revealed a sense of powerlessness. In the ancient city, the five venerables whispered. That Lin Xian is really strange. He can actually absorb lightning. I think he is most likely a remnant of the Black Dragon cult. Venerable Qi Hua snorted. Why does his footwork look so familiar? It's very similar to the Earth-rank footwork of the Dragon Star Nation. It seems that this kid has a lot of secrets. Not only is he related to Lang Ningshuang, but he also seems to have obtained the inheritance of the evil king. Chapter 465. Don't worry. If he is really a spy, he will show himself when the real Dragon Qi comes out. Venerable Green Lotus was like an experienced hunter, waiting for his prey to enter the cage. At this time, the collision in the arena became more intense. Lin Xian quickly absorbed the power of thunder and lightning while fighting with Sheng Wanhao. At the same time, he also comprehended the essence of thunder. However, the golden thunder body was more difficult than he had imagined. The thunder and lightning energy needed was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. On the contrary, Lin Xian felt that he was about to break through the essence of thunder. Sheng Wanhao waved the thunder hammer in his hand crazily, but he was very shocked. Lin Xian's means were completely out of his expectation. As time went by, Lin Xian's thunder and lightning power became more and more powerful, while his became weaker and weaker. Although the spiritual qi around him was replenishing, he would definitely be defeated in a long time. It seems that I can only use that move. Sheng Wanhao gritted his teeth and then quickly merged with the thunder hammer in the air and the thunder wings behind him. Buzz! The air trembled, and a huge ball of thunder and lightning wrapped around him. Lin Xian frowned. He felt an amazing energy from the ball of thunder and lightning. It seemed that his opponent had used an extremely powerful trump card. Before he could react, the ball of thunder and lightning had exploded, and Sheng Guanhao's figure appeared in front of everyone again. At this time, Sheng Guanhao was covered with a layer of thunder and lightning armor, and the thunder wings behind him had shrunk to about 1 meter. The huge thunder hammer had also become the size of an ordinary weapon, but its aura had become more powerful. Moreover, there was a thunder horn on his forehead, which was entwined with ancient thunder and lightning patterns. After the transformation, Sheng Guanhao's aura was extremely powerful, almost 50% stronger than before. The thunder wings behind him vibrated, and he disappeared in an instant. So fast. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He moved quickly and left his original position. However, the thunder hammer had already fallen. He had no choice but to block it with his sword. Boom! The horrible power of thunder and lightning sent him flying. The essence of thunder turned into a thunder snake and drilled into his body. What? Lin Xian was sent flying. What kind of secret skill is this? It's horrible. Sheng Guanhao has become so powerful. Everyone was shocked. Sheng Guanhao's strength had increased so much that it had completely surpassed Lin Xian's. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp sword light. In the next moment, a shocking sword will erupted from his body. Dazzling sword will surged and swept across the void. Sheng Guanhao moved quickly, but the sword essence was too horrifying. It shrouded him directly. He could only sweep the thunder and lightning hammer in his hand horizontally, forming a ring of thunder and lightning that attacked the sword light that filled the sky. Dozens of sword chi fell at the same time, and the terrifying sword will showed its power. Sheng Guanhao's body trembled and he was about to fall. What? No way. Lin Xian still has the strength to fight back. This is sword intent. This guy actually has such a shocking sword intent. The Cloud Tribe disciples' expression turned serious. As a Kendo clan, there were only a handful of people who had comprehended sword intent. They would be extra cautious when facing a swordsman with sword intent. Other than the Yun family, the disciples of the Shui family and the Xia family were also paying close attention. The disciples of the Thunder sect were even more shocked. To be honest, Lin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. Perhaps only Lei Jin could completely suppress him. Lei Jin looked at the sky and whispered, I didn't expect Sheng Guanhao to be forced to this point. Is he forced to use his trump card? Previously, he didn't think highly of Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had taken out shocking trump cards time and time again, forcing Sheng Guanhao into a desperate situation. As expected, Sheng Guanhao felt the terrifying sword will and the corner of his mouth twitched. He had used all his trump cards. Now, he was only left with the bloodline power. Originally, he wanted to use it after the Green Dragon Genius battle. Now, it seemed that he had to use it early. You're really powerful to be able to force me to this point. But, let's stop here. Sheng Guanhao said in a low voice. Then, a strange power was quickly awakening in his body. In the next moment, streaks of ancient thunder runes appeared on his body and covered his entire body. Moreover, the thunder armor on his body had also changed. In the end, it seemed to have turned into a thunder beast. A terrifying pressure shrouded the entire area. The entire space seemed to have frozen. Everyone tensed up. They felt a pressure coming from their bodies. It was as if the blood in their bodies had frozen. Sheng Guanhao's black eyes turned into the color of thunder. He stared closely at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body trembled. He felt a pressure coming from the depths of his bloodline. It was as if he wasn't facing a human, but an ancient ferocious beast. For a moment, the blood in his body flowed slower. What a terrifying bloodline power! Lin Xian was shocked. He felt the changes in his body and was shocked. He had never encountered such a situation before. The bloodline power is the power of inheritance. A high-level bloodline power is enough to crush everything. This is the benefit of the bloodline power. Not only can it strengthen oneself, but it can also weaken the opponent, Wine Lord said. But you don't have to worry. Although you don't have the bloodline power, you have the devouring sword. It's enough to fight against the bloodline power. Indeed, it was difficult for ordinary people to fight against the bloodline power. However, Lin Xian was different. He had mastered the devouring sword. Although it was broken, its power was beyond imagination. Although Sheng Wanhao's bloodline power was powerful, it was not enough to stop Lin Xian from moving. He took a deep breath. The devouring sword secretly operated and devoured the bloodline power. Feeling the blood and spiritual power in his body returning to normal, Lin Xian exclaimed. It was indeed the devouring sword. It could even devour something illusory like bloodline power. He focused his eyes and operated the lightning. Suddenly, lightning surged around him and an inexplicable power appeared. Thunder Essence. He has comprehended the Thunder Essence. Before this, Lin Xian had not comprehended the Thunder Essence. Now that he had used the Thunder Essence, it could only mean that Lin Xian had just comprehended it. Comprehending it in a battle. This talent was too terrifying. One had to know that concepts were not cabbages. It was not something that anyone could comprehend just because they wanted to. Moreover, Lin Xian had shown 3 essences, which really shocked everyone. Even Sheng Wanhao was slightly stunned. He had used the bloodline power and thought that he could crush Lin Xian. However, he did not expect that not only did Lin Xian break the bloodline power, but he also comprehended the Thunder Essence. Looking at Lin Xian, Sheng Wanhao was jealous. Except for the lack of the bloodline power, Lin Xian's strength and talent were monstrous. Die! Sheng Wanhao shouted angrily. He would not allow a genius who surpassed him to exist. The lightning patterns on his body shone and his blood surged. The Thunderbolt Hammer carried the bloodline power and the Thunder Essence. It attacked Lin Xian mercilessly. At this moment, he was like the Thunder God. He was mighty and extraordinary. Lin Xian's aura changed greatly. He was like an unsheathed sword. Chapter 466. Wind Thunder Slash. With a slash, the entire arena was drowned in the power of wind and thunder. Strong winds blew and thunder surged, forming a terrifying momentum. The violent energy exploded and drowned Lin Xian and Sheng Wanhao. The crowd couldn't see clearly and could only wait anxiously. When everything dissipated, Lin Xian's face was pale as he landed on the ground. Opposite him, Sheng Wanhao's thunder armor was shattered and the thunder horn on his forehead was split in half. There was a terrifying sword mark on his neck that almost chopped his head off. Everyone gasped. Sheng Wanhao was defeated. Not only that, he almost lost his life. He was the #1 dark horse, but he was defeated by Lin Xian. For a moment, the crowd was filled with fear for Lin Xian. After absorbing Sheng Wanhao's true dragon energy, Lin Xian's silver armor changed. The silver light on it faded and was replaced by a faint golden light. Sheng Wanhao's body was trembling with endless fear in his heart. That slash made him feel the pressure of death. Although he didn't want to believe it, he still lost. The disciples of the Thunder sect were dumbfounded. They couldn't accept this result. Lei Zhen's face was gloomy as a strong killing intent emerged from his body. Together with the violent thunder and lightning, it formed a shocking killing aura. At this moment, all the martial artists near the third arena were trembling. They felt a tremor from their souls. It's over. Lei Zhen is angry. I'm afraid Lin Xian is in trouble. Lei Zhen was indeed angry. Lin Xian had injured two of the Thunder Sect's geniuses, and Sheng Wanhao had suffered a serious sword injury. He wanted to cripple Lin Xian. But not now. He would let Lin Xian know how powerful the Thunder Sect was during the Green Dragon Genius Tournament. Many martial artists were gloating. They couldn't wait for Lei Zhen to kill Lin Xian immediately so that they would have one less competitor. However, there were also many people who were worried for Lin Xian. Zhao Shue's white robe fluttered, and there was a trace of worry on her peerless face. Ling Yidao, Dong Fengxiong, and the others also looked at him with concern. Feeling Lei Zhen's killing intent, Lin Xian's heart trembled. However, he was not afraid. Firstly, he had grasped 70% sword intent, and his might was second only to the heavenly sword goddess, Zhou Jianying. Moreover, he had already comprehended the concept of lightning, and his strength had greatly improved compared to before. Moreover, he had begun to experiment with new attacks. As long as he could fuse a few types of concepts, his strength would increase by a large margin. At that time, he would not be afraid of Lei Zhen. Lin Xian ignored Lei Zhen's murderous gaze as he sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to cultivate. Lin Xian separated a strand of his soul to control the devouring sword to continue devouring the black dragon's flames. Lin Xian focused most of his attention on fusing the attribute energy. He could already easily fuse the power of wind and thunder. What he needed to do next was to fuse thunder and fire, as well as fuse the concepts of wind and thunder. The lightning and fire energies in his body clashed against each other, creating a great resistance. It was as if they were born unable to fuse together. Lin Xian used his soul power to sense the surroundings and tried every possibility. In the outside world, everyone was still in shock. After Lin Xian defeated Sheng Wanhao, he became the biggest dark horse in the third arena. The situation in the other three arenas was not so clear. Most of them had several geniuses fighting side by side. In the first arena, Leng Yidao displayed 50% saber intent. His terrifying attacks were swift and fierce to the extreme. Anyone who fought against him was sent flying by his saber. The Xia family's genius, Xia Yijian, had a sword technique that no one could match. Until now, no one had been able to clearly see how he attacked. The Eastern Bear's divine power was monstrous, and his strength was incomparable. The wounds on his body had already healed, leaving only a small scar. This kind of terrifying self-healing ability was shocking. It must be the power of his bloodline. Lin Xian carefully observed the situation in the arena while cultivating to increase his strength. At this time, Iron Hand's voice sounded in his mind. Lei Zhen's concept of lightning has probably reached 70%. If you are not confident, don't fight with him. Iron Hand reminded. After all, the violent power of lightning was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, they could be seriously injured. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Iron Hand then said, "There's one more thing to be careful of. The Martial Alliance seems to be investigating your identity." Investigating me? Lin Xian was stunned. The Martial Alliance was a top force. Why would they investigate a nameless kid like him? It seems to be related to the Black Dragon sect. Be careful. I've already informed sect leader Lang. No matter what, you're our Great Flag sect's benefactor. Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. Although he did not know why the Martial Alliance was investigating him, since it was related to the Black Dragon sect and had alarmed a powerhouse like Venerable Lord Lang, it must be very serious. By then, he would have no idea what was going on. Before he figured it out, he could only proceed with caution. Hey, look! Yu Yan and the Prince of Heavenly Flame are fighting. Just as Lin Xian and Iron Hand were talking, the arena changed again. The crowd was shocked and went crazy. The entire ancient city was in a frenzy. Countless spectators were shouting, and their voices were earth-shattering. Their strength was definitely at the top of the Azure Dragon Gathering. Their battle must be very exciting. Lin Xian stopped what he was doing and looked toward the arena. The Prince of Heavenly Flame stood proudly. Countless flames rose around him and intertwined. On the side, Yu Yan waved his hands, forming a bright moon behind him that emitted a silver glow. Facing the Prince of Heavenly Flame, he did not hold back and used his strongest attack. A silver metallic luster appeared on his giant palm. It was like a silver armored arm. It covered the sky and slammed down on the Prince of Heavenly Flame. The silver moon behind him rose and slashed at the Prince of Heavenly Flame. Its power had reached the limit of the spirit transformation realm. At the same time, two rays of light shot out from his eyes. A strange illusion shrouded the Prince of Heavenly Flame. The physical and spiritual attacks intertwined, causing the spiritual energy in the arena to fluctuate wildly. A terrifying killing intent spread out. Plop! Plop! A few martial artists who were closer to the arena were accidentally hit by the illusion and fell to the ground. This scene made everyone's heart tremble. The Prince of Heavenly Flame was indeed worthy of being one of the 5 great families. He was already so far away, but he could still be affected by the illusion. One could imagine how much pressure the Prince of Heavenly Flame was under. Lei Zhen, Bingling, Xiao Yaozi, and the others were also shocked. They were powerful, but most of their attacks were physical. They were very wary of Yu Yan's terrifying soul attack. Looking at the power of the illusion, it's much stronger than the previous Azure Dragon Gathering. It seems like Yu Yan's strength has increased a lot. Below, Lin Xian was also shocked. Yu Yan's illusion had completely surpassed his. If he did not use the Great Dragon Sword intent, it would be difficult for him to resist the illusion. Facing the physical and spiritual attacks, the Prince of Heavenly Flame's face was cold. The spiritual energy in his body jumped and turned into a fire dragon that roared ferociously. Suddenly, a blazing aura shrouded the surroundings as if it was going to burn everything. 8 fire dragon shadows appeared behind the Prince of Heavenly Flame. They circled around each other and formed a mysterious pattern. In an instant, the illusion attacks and the silver moon palm were burned into nothingness. Chapter 467. That flame seemed to be able to burn one's soul. Prince Heavenly Flame was too terrifying. His aura wasn't any weaker than a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Everyone's heart trembled. The 8 fire dragons behind him roared ferociously, forming a terrifying dragon flame that charged towards Yu Yan. In the next moment, Yu Yan was severely injured. The silver moon behind him shattered, and he was sent flying. Everyone was stunned. One punch, just one punch, and one of the 5 heroes, Yu Yan, was sent flying. It wasn't that Yu Yan was weak, but that Prince Heavenly Flame was too terrifying. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yu Yan's expression became very ugly. His strength had increased by several folds compared to 10 years ago, but he still couldn't withstand a punch from Prince Heavenly Flame. It was as if no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up to him. This feeling of helplessness made him despair. However, as a hero, his ability to accept failure was still very strong. In a moment, he walked out from the shadow of failure, and his expression returned to normal. Since he couldn't defeat a prodigy, then he would fight for the first place among the heroes. Thinking of this, Yu Yan's eyes lit up again. However, Prince Heavenly Flame revealed a disappointed expression. He didn't care about the others and looked at Infinite Tyrant. Only Infinite Tyrant was worthy of his full strength. Prince Heavenly Flame looked at Infinite Tyrant, and the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram behind him became more solid. Sensing Prince Heavenly Flame's battle intent, Infinite Tyrant snorted coldly. He stood up and released an aura that looked down on the world. 2 invisible forces clashed, tearing the void apart. The terrifying power made everyone tremble. Fortunately, the 2 of them only looked at each other and didn't intend to continue. Heavens, too terrifying. Just a look can probably kill a spirit transformation realm martial artist. The rumors are true. The 4 prodigies all have the strength of a spirit detecting realm martial artist. In the face of this terrifying aura, the martial artists below couldn't resist at all. On the ancient city, the 5 sovereigns looked at Infinite Tyrant and Prince Heavenly Flame with a satisfied smile. Looking at this aura, Infinite Tyrant had probably reached the 3rd level of the Tyrant River technique. Old Fae, your dominating heaven sect has indeed produced a peerless genius. Hee, Old Man Scarlet Flame, looking at the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram behind Jean Wudao, he should have reached the 3rd level as well. Indeed. Ever since he lost to Infinite Tyrant in the last competition, Wudao has been training bitterly all these years. Finally, he has reached the 3rd layer of the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram, Paragon Scarlet Flame said with a smile. Old Fae, I heard that Infinite Tyrant wanted to break through to the spirit detecting realm. I wonder if he succeeded. Another sovereign asked. Wuji indeed has the ability to break through, but he didn't do so. You also know that the hegemonic chi of heavens and earth technique requires a sufficient amount of true dragon chi, so he plans to break through immediately after the green dragon gathering. Hearing this, several people sighed in their hearts. Ba Wuji was not even 30 years old, but he had already reached the spirit detecting realm. With his talent, it was very likely that he would reach the Exalt realm before the age of 50. If that was the case, then Infinite Tyrant's future achievements would be limitless. He might even be able to break through to a higher level. One had to know that a spirit-detecting realm martial artist had a lifespan of over 500 years. Once one became a venerable realm martial artist, their lifespan would reach 1,000 years. Therefore, Infinite Tyrant had a high chance of breaking through to the realm above the venerable realm. The competition continued, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The first stage of the competition was nearing its end. Soon, the true dragon geniuses would be ranked, and the second stage would be the true dragon genius ranking competition. The closer it was to the end, the crazier the battles became. Because this was their last chance, many people used their trump cards and fought with their lives on the line. Even if they couldn't compete with the true dragon geniuses, fighting with so many geniuses and accumulating some experience would be of great help to the next green dragon gathering. Finally, the first stage ended. According to the luster of each martial artist's battle armor, the top 72 were chosen. These 72 martial artists were the true dragon geniuses. The 4 huge arenas moved and merged together, forming a super large black and gold arena. At this moment, the super arena was emitting a faint light, forming a mysterious force that resonated with the battle armor of each contestant. The 5-colored battle armor on the 4 prodigies bloomed with light. The 4 of them were guided by the true dragon chi and quickly arrived on the super arena. Then, the 5 prodigies went on stage, followed by the martial artists in golden battle armor. Soon, the arena was filled with more than 20 people. Almost all of them were seniors who had participated in the previous Green Dragon gathering. At this moment, Lin Xian's light golden battle armor vibrated. He was guided to the super arena by an unknown force. Then, Ling Yidao, Xiao Shui, Dongfang Xiong, and the others also came on stage. Soon, all 72 martial artists stood on the arena. These 72 points represented the top battle strength of the Tiannan region's younger generation. At the same time, they were the future hope of the Tiannan region. The martial artists below the arena looked at the 72 people on the super arena with envy. Among them, the disciples of the Great Flag sect were even more excited. Before this, they had never thought that Lin Xian would be able to enter the Green Dragon Geniuses list. But not only did Lin Xian enter, he even became one of the biggest dark horses. In the spectator stands, iron arms nodded continuously. To be honest, Lin Xian's performance was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that Lin Xian's limit was to enter the top 100. He did not expect that not only did Lin Xian enter the top 72, but judging from the color of his battle armor, he was at least in the top 40. Such a result had already surpassed the Great Flag sect's best record. However, at the same time, he was worried about the pressure from the Martial Alliance. He did not know why the Martial Alliance was investigating Lin Xian, but he believed that Lin Xian had nothing to do with the Black Dragon cult. In the ancient city, the 5 supremacies looked at the super arena with a solemn expression. Are we really not going to stop him? Supremacy Chihua asked in a deep voice. If he's really a Black Dragon cult member, we'll be in danger if he obtains the true Dragon Chi. Don't worry. This is only the beginning of the true Dragon Chi. The Black Dragon cult member won't be able to cause any trouble. Moreover, we're only suspecting. We don't have any proof. If Lin Xian isn't the Black Dragon cult member and we attack him, wouldn't we alarm the real Black Dragon cult spy? Don't worry. Before the Azure Dragon Genius ranking battle ends, I believe that the Black Dragon cult member will definitely give himself away. Supremacy Green Lotus said. In the super arena, Lin Xian felt the true Dragon Chi beneath him and was extremely excited. After fighting for so long, he could finally obtain the true Dragon Chi. Soon, he felt the true Dragon Chi beneath him vibrating. An unknown force flowed into his body through his feet. Boom! In the next moment, his body was enveloped by the true Dragon Chi. He was not the only one. The 72 Azure Dragon Geniuses in the super arena were all enveloped by the true Dragon Chi. The true Dragon Chi covered the martial artists' bodies and transformed into true dragons, roaring ferociously. Among them, the true Dragon Chi on the 4 sky prides was the strongest. The 5-colored true dragon bared its fangs and claws as it roared into the sky. Chapter 468. The other 3 were more than 70 feet long. Behind them were the golden true dragon auras of the 5 heroes, which were about 60 feet long. Lin Xian's golden true dragon aura was about 15 feet long. At this moment, he was using the method that Wine Lord had taught him to sense and use the true dragon aura in his body. Under the effect of his secret technique, the true dragon aura in his body spiraled and roared, finally fusing with the great dragon sword intent. The next moment, his soul seemed to have passed through the boundary of time and space and arrived at a magical place. He saw an ancient building in front of him, as well as an ancient battlefield full of vicissitudes and murderous aura. In the deepest part of the battlefield, there was a divine sword stabbed into the ground. On the hilt of the sword was a ferocious dragon head with a savage aura. The sword was covered in dragon scales. However, the dragon-shaped divine sword was broken. Lin Xian was shocked. If he guessed correctly, that should be the Great Dragon Sword. The Great Dragon Sword is broken. Lin Xian was shocked. He looked again, trying his best to see clearly. However, the next moment, the scene suddenly changed. In a huge palace, there was an ancient altar. Black prismatic crystals floated around it and slowly rotated. In the center was the phantom of an azure dragon, which sometimes turned into a long sword and sometimes into an azure dragon. This is the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Lin Xian took a deep breath, full of shock. At this moment, the true dragon aura in his body became weaker and weaker, and the scene in front of him became more and more blurry. However, just as the scene in front of him was about to disappear, he suddenly saw a figure not far away. It was a young man in a black robe. His face was fair and unusually handsome. The young man stared at the azure dragon phantom with a sinister smile on his face. Suddenly, he looked above the azure dragon phantom and frowned. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not know why there was someone here, and the black-robed young man seemed to have discovered his existence. Fortunately, the true dragon power in his body disappeared in the next moment, and the scene in front of him disappeared. Lin Xian's body trembled, and he came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that his forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. The black-robed young man's eyes were too sharp, as if they were going to pierce through him. "What do you think? Do you see it?" Wine Lord asked. Lin Xian used his soul power to communicate with Lord Alcohol and told him everything he saw. Wine Lord fell silent after seeing this. "I know what you want to ask, but I don't know. When I was still in the outside world, the great dragon's sword didn't have a core, and the sword body and sword spirit were still together. I don't know why, but the sword spirit left, and the great dragon's sword broke. As for that black-robed young man, I don't recognize him either. However, he was actually able to find the location of the great dragon's sword spirit. That is truly astonishing. Then will he obtain the great dragon sword?" Lin Xian asked worriedly. He had struggled for so long for the great dragon sword. It could be said that the great dragon sword was related to his future. Not only was it his capital to become stronger, but it was also his hope to save his family. Don't worry, although he found the great dragon sword, according to the scene just now, he won't be able to get close to the great dragon sword soul in a short period of time. So you still have a chance. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt relieved. He had to obtain enough true dragon aura in this Azure Dragon Society. He had to find the exact location of the great dragon sword. The first stage of the Azure Dragon Society's elimination round had ended. Next was the second stage of the True Dragon Genius ranking battle. The ranking battle was also known as the challenge battle. Based on the amount of true dragon aura in each participant's body, they would be ranked accordingly. From the last place to the first place, they would be challenged one by one. Each participant had 3 chances to challenge. If a warrior won consecutively, it would count as a chance. If a lower-ranked warrior challenged a higher-ranked warrior, if he won, he would directly replace the opponent's ranking. On the other hand, if a higher-ranked warrior failed, he would lose the corresponding ranking. Hearing the rules, the 72 Azure Dragon geniuses in the Super Arena began to look at the participants around them. With only 3 chances, they had to formulate a challenge plan. Only then could they obtain more true dragon aura and a better ranking. Soon, everyone's initial ranking was revealed. Among the 4 prodigies, the first was still Infinite Tyrant, and the second was Heavenly Sword Goddess Zhou Jianying. The third was Crown Prince Heavenly Flame, and the fourth was Yan Shan. These 4 people's initial ranking was the same as last year, there was no change. After these 4 people, it was the 5 prodigies ranking. Leading the 5 prodigies was the Godly Knife Sex Han Fei, who was also ranked 5th overall. The 6th was Yu Yan, the 7th was Lei Jin, the 8th was Bing Ling, and the 9th was Xiao Yao Xing. Lin Xian was ranked 29th, the highest among the newcomers. Xia Jian was ranked 32nd, Shui Yiren was ranked 35th, Zhao Shui was ranked 37th, and Dongfang Xiong was ranked 40th, Yunhai was ranked 45th. Because Shang Guanhao was heavily injured in the fight with Lin Xian, he was ranked 50th in the end. Now that the rankings were out, it was time to challenge. The first to come out was the 72nd ranked warrior. It was his first time challenging the 70th ranked warrior. After a fierce battle, he won. The true dragon chi on his body increased, and his ranking also rose to 70th. Then he challenged the 65th ranked warrior. But this time he failed. After his failure, although he was still ranked 70th, his true dragon aura decreased by a lot. He did not use the remaining 2 challenges for the time being, choosing to keep them. Seeing this, everyone was more clear about the rules. It seemed that there were many benefits to winning a challenge. Not only did the ranking increase, but the true dragon aura also increased. Although the ranking did not change after a failure, the true dragon aura would decrease. Although this did not seem to affect the ranking, the final ranking was determined by the amount of true dragon aura in one's body. So even if the name did not change, if the true dragon aura in one's body was not enough, one's ranking would only drop. The challenges went on quickly, and everyone was cautiously observing to understand each other's strength. At this juncture, everyone could become an opponent, so they did not let down their guard. Not long after, Shang Guanhao stood up. He looked around, and when he looked at Lin Xian, there was a trace of hatred and deep fear in his eyes. Shang Guanhao was terrified of Lin Yun. He would never challenge Lin Xian again. His first opponent was the 46th ranked warrior. After being nourished by the true dragon aura, Shang Guanhao's injuries were much better. So, with his strength, there was no suspense when he fought the 46th ranked warrior. Soon, he blasted his opponent away. Then, he challenged a martial artist ranked 43rd and won as well. After winning consecutively, Shang Guanhao's eyes shone. He had found his initial confidence. Then, he stared at Dongfang Xiong. Since he could not attack Lin Xian, he could only attack Lin Xian's friends. No matter what, he had to vent his anger. Lin Xian smiled. He was not worried about Dongfang Xiong. That kid's talent was not inferior to his. Chapter 469. Seeing someone challenge him, Dongfang Xiong grinned. He rubbed his palms together and looked very excited. Great! Finally, there's a fight. I'm dying of boredom. Come on, let's fight. Dongfang Xiong grinned and looked very expectant. Humph, you're courting death. Thunder wings. Shang Guanhao didn't plan to waste time with his opponent, so he used the thunder wings as soon as the fight started. He flapped his wings and came in front of Dongfang Xiong. The thunder hammer in his hand smashed toward Dongfang Xiong. Dragon Elephant Fist. Dongfang Xiong's body was covered with a layer of golden light. He punched out a terrifying fist toward the thunder hammer. Boom! The two collided, and the roar shook the world. The terrifying fist hit the thunder hammer, and countless cracks appeared on the ladder. What? He actually cracked the hammer of thunder and lightning. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Shang Guanhao's strength was obvious to all. If it weren't for his injury, his ranking wouldn't be so low. With his strength, it was very likely that he would make it to the top 30. Now, Dongfang Xiong had blasted the thunder hammer away with only one punch. The scene was too terrifying. Damn it! Shang Guanhao's expression changed greatly. He quickly used the thunder essence and condensed the thunder hammer again. With the thunder essence, the thunder hammer became more violent. Its power was enough to penetrate a warrior in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. However, Dongfang Xiong was not afraid. He punched again. The sky was full of golden light, and the roar kept echoing in the ancient city. This time, the thunder hammer was completely knocked away. It turned into countless thunder fragments in the air and scattered on the ground. What kind of power is this? It's too terrifying. It was smashed by the thunder hammer. Dongfang Xiong's terrifying power really shocked everyone. This young man with a silly smile was like an Archean fierce beast with unimaginable strength. Impossible. Sheng Wanhao was terrified. He was once again shrouded by the shadow of failure. It's not over yet. Watch out for my bloodline power. The bloodline power in his body surged. A silver armor quickly formed on Sheng Wanhao's body, and ancient thunder runes covered his body. After using the bloodline power, Sheng Wanhao's strength increased again. He was like the thunder god, mighty and extraordinary. Bloodline power, I have it too. Dongfang Xiong's smile didn't change as the golden blood in his body surged. Golden light bloomed all over his body, and a golden phantom appeared behind him, as if it was going to cross time and space from ancient times. With a shake of his thunder wings, Sheng Wanhao instantly appeared in front of Dongfang Xiong. The thunder hammer in his hand and thunder cry on his forehead released two terrifying rays of light at the same time. They intertwined and instantly pierced towards Dongfang Xiong's heart. However, Dongfang Xiong was not afraid. He waved his fist, and the golden shadow behind him did the same. That golden void was too terrifying. With just a raise of his hand, it contained boundless power, as if 100,000 mountains were trembling. Bang! With one punch, Sheng Wanhao spat out blood and flew backward. Everyone was shocked. They had seen the power of Sheng Wanhao's bloodline. That kind of pressure was enough to make people tremble. However, the power of Dongfang Xiong's bloodline seemed to be stronger. The golden shadow was so powerful that it could destroy everything in its path. It directly sent Sheng Wanhao flying. Lin Xian wasn't surprised by Dongfang Xiong's victory. What surprised him was the bloodline power in Dongfang Xiong's body. That golden shadow made his heart palpitate. This kid's bloodline is unusual. It seems to be a bloodline on the Myriad Spirit List. Myriad Spirit List? Lin Xian was puzzled. It's a list passed down from ancient times. All the bloodlines on the list have mysterious power, Wine Lord explained. It said that the top bloodlines are even more powerful than the 5 swords of the world. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. The Great Dragon Sword was one of the 5 swords of the world. It represented offensive saint techniques. It was really amazing that the top bloodlines on the Myriad Spirit List had such magical power. After Sheng Wanhao lost to Dongfang Xiong, he didn't continue to challenge. Instead, he walked out of the ring with a gloomy face. Not long after, it was Yunhai's turn to fight. Yunhai was the most outstanding disciple of the Yun family's younger generation. He was also a dark horse in the 3rd ring. He won consecutively in his first challenge and was ranked 40th. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. Anyway, he still had 2 more chances. He wasn't afraid of failure, so he wanted to challenge Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sword will was terrifying, but Yunhai believed that he could definitely beat Lin Xian in terms of sword techniques. After receiving the challenge, Lin Xian's body swayed and came to the super ring. Holding the black scabbard, Lin Xian's aura became extremely fierce. Misty Cloud Sword Technique. Yunhai stabbed out with his long sword. It was like an antelope hanging its horn, without a trace. The ethereal sword and the fleeting sword light were indeed impossible to guard against. However, Lin Xian smiled slightly. Holding the Star of Extinction sword, Lin Xian quickly performed the returning wind-whisking willow sword. The sword light flashed like a breeze and willow branches. It was unusually soft and contained endless killing intent. Ding! 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 The sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out in the void. Countless sparks and sparks flew. The 2 long swords collided, and the blades collided with unusual precision. He blocked it. How is that possible? The Yun family disciples were shocked. Yunhai was even more shocked. His Misty Cloud sword technique was at the greater success stage. If Lin Xian used his sword will to forcefully break his sword technique, he could still accept it. However, Lin Xian didn't use his sword will. He only used his superb sword techniques to break his sword technique. Is the gap between us that big? Yunhai felt bitter. In the next moment, Lin Xian's sword technique suddenly changed. Wind Emperor's sword. The sword light disappeared and merged with the wind. This sword was even stranger than the Misty Cloud sword technique. What? I can't sense it. Yunhai was terrified. He couldn't sense Lin Xian's sword aura at all. With a soft sound, Yunhai's defense was broken and a sword mark appeared. The cold sword edge drew across his chest, causing his hair to stand on end. I admit defeat. Yunhai's face turned green as he admitted defeat. Lin Xian kept his sword and stood calmly. At this moment, Yunhai finally knew the gap between the two of them. Lin Xian was very strong, far above him. After this match, the Yun family disciples were shocked. However, the other two Kendo families' interest in Lin Xian increased greatly. Especially Xiaojian, Shuairen kept staring at Lin Xian. He couldn't wait to fight now. However, it wasn't their turn yet. The two of them could only wait. Then, Zhao Shui went on stage. Relying on her strange soul attack, she reached the 33rd place in her first try. With 2 more chances left, Zhao Shui stepped down. Soon, a young man in a white robe walked up. This person had a fair face and a handsome appearance. However, his smile gave people a very dangerous feeling. It's actually Shuairen. I didn't expect it to be his turn. I wonder who he will challenge this time. Who knows what this madman is thinking? However, I know that whoever he challenges will be unlucky. Chapter 470. On the stage, Shuairen revealed a cruel expression. He pulled out his sword and stabbed towards Lin Xian. What, he wants to challenge Lin Xian? Everyone exclaimed. Normally, when a martial artist challenged someone, they would first challenge someone they were more confident in. This way, they could increase their ranking and true dragon chi as much as possible. Then, they would try to challenge someone they were interested in. But this Shuairen actually challenged Lin Xian right from the start. This was really out of everyone's expectations. One had to know that Lin Xian was strong enough to be ranked in the top 20. Even some seniors didn't dare to challenge him, let alone Shuairen. Could it be that he has the confidence to defeat Lin Xian? Who knows, he's a madman. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He had also seen Shuairen's matches, and he was indeed a madman. Because in battle, Shuairen was completely crazy. He didn't care whether he was injured or not, and only focused on attacking the enemy. There was once when he even risked being injured to defeat the enemy. However, what was shocking was his powerful recovery ability. No matter how heavy the injury, it seemed that he would be able to recover in a short time. This was the reason why he dared to go crazy. Since he was challenged by this madman, Lin Xian could only end the battle quickly. His body emitted a sharp sword intent, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart, and slashed towards Shuairen. Shuairen pursed his lips, and his eyes revealed a trace of madness. The blood-colored sword in his hand turned into a blood-colored light, and also quickly stabbed out. Behind him, the blood-colored sword intent condensed into a blood-colored killing sword, floating in the air. The two sword intents collided, and countless sword chi flew out in all directions. Deep sword marks were left on the hard black crystal ground. Everyone was shocked, and quickly left the stage. It had to be said that the two sword intents were too terrifying. Not only did they cut open the abnormally hard ground, but they also caused the void to distort. Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut through everything. Shui Yiren's blood-colored sword intent, on the other hand, carried a shocking killing intent. The two quickly attacked, and terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions. Shui Yiren's eyes flashed with madness as he stabbed his sword towards Lin Xian's chest. Lin Xian also stabbed at Shui Yi's chest, but Shui Yi didn't dodge at all. Lin Xian sighed. As expected of a lunatic. If it was a normal person, they would have run away long ago. He didn't want to fight head-on with the other party. He didn't have the terrifying healing ability of the other party. With a tap of his foot, he used the illusory demonic steps to escape. At the same time, he used the phantom sword art. Countless sword qi surged, forming an illusory sword formation in the air, enveloping Shui Yi. The phantom sword was a combination of physical and illusory attacks. It could be said that it was even more unpredictable than the Misty Cloud sword art. Moreover, under the influence of Lin Xian's great dragon sword will, it became even sharper. The phantom sword formation released countless terrifying sword qi that slashed toward the Shui Yi man. Among these sword qi, there were real and fake ones, bewitching everyone's minds. Puff puff. Shui Yiren roared. He had been careless and suffered a hidden loss. The phantom sword qi had almost chopped off his arm. Demonic blood sword. The divine sword behind him that was dripping with blood emitted a bewitching light as it slashed down rapidly. Dozens of huge blood-colored sword qi slashed down, tearing apart the layers of encirclement and blasting the phantom sword formation apart. At this moment, Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps and arrived behind Shui Yi. The Wind Emperor mercilessly attacked, and a terrifying sword qi pierced into Shui Yi's body. Shui Yi's body trembled, and blood gushed out crazily. However, he suddenly turned his head, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. The blood-colored sword qi pierced out, slashing toward Lin Xian. Shui Yi didn't care about his own injuries, and blindly slashed out 3 times toward Lin Xian. One of the slashes even merged with the blood-colored divine sword behind him. Lin Xian quickly retreated, but he was still swept by the blood-colored sword qi. In an instant, his defense was cut open, and the blood-colored sword qi hit his body, leaving a sword mark. At the crucial moment, he used the illusory demonic steps to the extreme and quickly dodged. Even so, he was still injured. Lin Xian frowned. Shui Yi was just like the rumors. They didn't care about their lives. They were simply lunatics. Although Lin Xian suffered a loss, Shui Yi's situation was even worse. A terrifying sword qi mark appeared on his body, and his bones were already visible. However, Shui Yi didn't care at all. The blood-colored divine sword behind him emitted a bright light, and a few drops of fist-sized blood flowed into his body. Soon, the sword qi mark quickly fused, leaving behind a shocking scar. Then, he revealed a sinister smile again. Damn, it healed so quickly. What kind of sword intent is this? Its recovery ability is too abnormal. This is an unkillable cockroach. Everyone's expression changed. Although the wound was healed, Shui Yi was still shocked. Lin Xian's sword intent was too terrifying, and there was still a trace of it left in his body. He could only suppress it temporarily. After pondering for a while, Shui Yi decided to use his strongest attack to quickly end the battle. He raised the long sword in his hand and merged it with the blood-colored divine sword behind him, slashing out a sword qi. The void distorted, and the blood-colored sword qi quickly descended with a terrifying momentum. The gigantic blood-colored sword qi filled the sky, emitting a terrifying killing intent, like a blood-colored river hanging in the sky. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and the cold killing intent made them tremble. Wind and Lightning Sword. Lin Xian quickly merged the power of wind and lightning, and struck out a terrifying sword attack. The sword chi collided, and the sound shook the sky. At the point of collision, countless sword ripples were released, spreading out in all directions like waves. The two sword intents rampaged wildly, as if they wanted to cut the void into pieces. Everyone was shocked. This kind of power was enough to kill a mid-stage flower spirit realm martial artist. Especially the blood sword intent, which could destroy one's soul. However, such a terrifying move was still blocked by Lin Xian. Not only that, everyone noticed that the blood-colored sword chi in the sky was quickly spreading to both sides, as if it was being split apart. That's right, it was being split apart. Lin Xian's wind and lightning sword chi split apart the blood-colored sword chi. The wind and lightning sword chi merged with the power of wind and lightning, and its power was beyond imagination. After the blood-colored sword chi was split apart, Shui Yi's face was filled with shock. However, he didn't have much time to think, as a sword light arrived in front of him. In a panic, he could only summon the blood-colored divine sword in front of him to block it. Boom! Chi. Lin Xian's terrifying sword light sent him flying, and the blood-colored divine sword became dim. I admit defeat. Shui Yi gritted his teeth and said when he saw the dim blood-colored divine sword. He was called a lunatic, but he wasn't really a lunatic. The reason why he dared to fight without caring about his life was because of the blood-colored divine sword. The blood in the blood-colored sword chi's shadow could allow him to recover quickly, which was why his fighting style was to harm himself. But now, Lin Xian had almost split his blood-colored divine sword in half, which terrified him. Therefore, he could only choose to admit defeat. Fuck, even this lunatic admitted defeat. Lin Xian is too scary. Yeah, looking at his strength, he definitely has the possibility of getting into the top 20. As expected of the biggest dark horse among the newcomers, his strength was really powerful. Chapter 471. At this moment, the true dragon geniuses were also shocked. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not provoke Lin Xian again. However, not everyone thought this way. Xia Yijin stared at Lin Xian with a terrifying battle intent in his eyes. As a swordsman, he would sooner or later fight with Lin Xian. Moreover, he believed that although Lin Xian's attack power was terrifying, he would not be able to dodge his fast sword. After defeating Shui Ren, Lin Xian's true dragon chi became even more powerful, almost reaching 6 feet. With this true dragon chi, Lin Xian found that his absorption speed of the black dragon flame had also increased. Returning to the resting area, Lin Xian quickly absorbed the black dragon flame. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the early stage of the spirit transformation realm and would soon reach the middle stage. If this cultivation speed were to spread out, it would definitely scare a lot of people to death. However, the reason why he was able to improve so quickly was mainly because of the black dragon flame. The energy contained in the black dragon flame was too terrifying. It had to be known that it had once tortured a venerable for nearly 100 years, so one could imagine how much energy it contained. Lin Xian had been absorbing for so long, but he had only absorbed about 1/5 of it. In the battle with Shui Ren, Lin Xian had shocked the majority of the people, so no one dared to challenge him during this time. He was also happy to do so. While cultivating, he also tasted the fusion of concepts and the power of thunder and fire. However, the fusion of concepts was more difficult than he had imagined. On the contrary, the fusion of the power of thunder and fire was almost complete. At the same time, during this time, he had been comprehending the divine sword visualization diagram, so his sword intent had also increased. Although he had not yet broken through to the 8th layer, he had made a lot of progress compared to before. Just as Lin Xian continued to cultivate, Xia Jin went on stage. He first challenged the 30th ranked martial artist. In the end, his opponent was defeated without seeing his sword move. Then, Xia Jin looked at Lin Xian, the battle intent in his eyes continued to rise. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Xia Jin to also challenge Lin Xian. Compared to Shui Ren's crazy fighting style, Xia Jin's fast sword was even more shocking. Because until now, no one had been able to see the trajectory of his sword. It was too fast, so fast that before anyone could react, the battle had already ended. I think Xia Jin might be able to defeat Lin Xian. After all, no one can dodge his fast sword. Yes, even the 30th ranked martial artist could not resist his fast sword. Not necessarily. I think Lin Xian is more dangerous. Don't forget about his terrifying sword will. Once his sword will is unleashed, it can destroy everything. Everyone had different opinions, they were all looking forward to this match. Lin Xian gladly accepted Xia Jin's challenge. As a swordsman, he wanted to fight with all kinds of swordsmen. Moreover, Xia Jin was known as the king of fast swords, which aroused his great interest. Whether or not he could block Xia Jin's swift sword, Lin Xian was not completely sure. After all, watching and personally experiencing were two different things. Xia Xian's, Xian Xia Xia B. Jin Xia Xia was Xia Xia Xian and used to the Iran show quickly long as Xia Jin sheathed his sword, as if he had never moved. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a smile on his face. However, a deep sword mark appeared under his feet. What happened? What just happened? Everyone was surprised. They did not understand. The sword mark on the ground indicated that Xia Jin had already made his move. But why was Lin Xian not injured? The sword mark was very deep and terrifying. It was impossible for Lin Xian not to resist. But the two clearly did not move. Most people didn't understand, but those who were ranked at the top frowned. As peerless geniuses, they could naturally see what had just happened. In that instant, both of them moved, but their speed was too fast. Xia Jin used the fast sword drawing technique and sheathed his sword. Lin Xian, on the other hand, quickly turned his body, dodging the sword chi and quickly returned to his original position. Because the two's speed was extremely fast, it looked as if they had not moved at all. When everyone heard this, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. The two's speed was too shocking. They had actually deceived everyone's eyes. Fortunately, both of them were monstrous geniuses. If it was another ordinary spirit transformation realm martial artist, they would have been instantly killed. To be able to dodge my sword drawing technique, interesting. Xia Jin's eyes flashed. However, it won't be so easy to dodge next. He gripped the sword at his waist again. Lin Xian also held the star extinction sword, ready to attack. The sword light flashed and the terrifying sword chi instantly arrived in front of him. So fast. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The speed of this sword was several times faster than before. He used the illusory demon steps and quickly dodged. However, the sword chi still cut through more than half of his defense. Everyone below the stage was shocked. Such a fast sword. Lin Xian's defense was actually broken. As expected of the king of the fast sword. Zhao Shue's face was filled with worry. Even with her powerful soul force, she was unable to completely lock onto the sword chi. Presumably, Lin Xian was also the same. Stinking brat, nothing must happen to you. Zhao Shui prayed in her heart. The Xia family disciples revealed smiles. Lin Xian was very strong, but against Xia Jin, his chances of winning were not high. You actually dodged it again. It seems your strength is really strong. However, you definitely won't be able to dodge the next sword. Xia Jian was very confident. Fast concept. In the next moment, the sword chi flashed. This sword seemed to cross the limit of distance. The sword chi instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. It's actually a concept. Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder Xia Jian's speed was so fast. He actually comprehended the fast concept. Thinking of this, he quickly used the wind concept, causing the surrounding air to quickly move. The blue air trembled, forming a great resistance. Xia Jian's sword chi, under the effect of the wind concept, revealed its true form. What? This is also possible. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they saw Xia Jian's sword chi. The sword chi paused for a moment, cutting through the air resistance. This only happened in a split second, but it was enough time. Lin Xian used his extreme footwork and arrived at a safe place. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was right. No matter how fast the sword chi was, it still needed to move in the air. As long as the air resistance increased, it could slow down the speed of the sword chi. Therefore, to defeat Xia Jian, one did not need to be faster than him, but only needed to slow down the speed of the sword chi. What a strong resistance! Xia Jian's face sank. Then he sneered, "Don't think that you can block my sword chi like this." Sword burst. Xia Jian once again pulled out his sword. This time, in addition to the terrifying speed, it also carried a berserk power. Wherever it passed, the air exploded like a sudden clap of thunder. Lin Xian's wind concept was affected, becoming extremely unstable, causing his influence on the sword chi to weaken to the extreme. Lin Xian was once again in danger from the sword chi. Fortunately, his illusory demon steps was very powerful, allowing him to narrowly avoid the sword chi. However, this was not a solution. After a long time, he was likely to be hit again. Chapter 472. Lin Xian displayed the concept of wind around his body, and then superimposed the concept of thunder on top of it. Although the two concepts could not completely fuse, the power was much stronger than the concept of wind alone. Superimposing concepts, this kid really dares to think. Xiao Yaoxing exclaimed. One had to know that concepts were extremely mysterious. Most people could not comprehend them, let alone superimposing them. Therefore, when everyone saw Lin Xian superimposing the two concepts of wind and thunder together, they were very shocked. Even the four great prodigies showed a dignified expression. The concept of wind and thunder appeared, once again slowing down the speed of the fast sword. Taking this opportunity, Lin Xian began to counterattack. However, the concept of speed could not only be used on sword techniques, but also on movement techniques. Therefore, Xia Jian's movement technique was equally terrifying. When Lin Xian swung his long sword, he had already arrived at another place. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Therefore, you cannot defeat me. Xia Jian was very confident. As long as he attacked a few more times, he would be able to cut apart Lin Xian's concept of wind and thunder. At that time, he would win. The concept of speed, what a terrifying concept. This kind of speed already allows Xia Jian to stand in an invincible position. Looks like this time Lin Xian is really going to lose. There is no other way. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Not to mention Lin Xian, even the top 20 martial artists may not be able to break Xia Jian's concept of speed. Unless he is like the four great prodigies, crushing him with absolute strength. Am I going to lose? Lin Xian frowned. To tell the truth, Xia Jian's speed really gave him a lot of trouble. His concept of wind and thunder was not mature enough. If it reached 60 to 70%, it would be easy to defeat Xiai Jin. But now, it seemed that he could not rely on the power of wind and thunder. He needed to find another way. Let's end this. On the opposite side, Xiai Jin's aura surged. It seemed that he was going to use some kind of consummate skill. Looks like I can only use that move. Lin Xian clenched the Star Extinction Sword. Facing Xiai Jin's concept of speed, Lin Xian decided to use his trump card once again. Heavenly Meteor. It's useless. No matter what you use, you can't keep up with my speed. Xiai Jin was very confident. But in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. That was because he saw Lin Xian becoming one with his sword and transforming into a dazzling sword aura, rushing towards him like a dazzling meteor. That speed was even faster than his concept of speed. This is impossible. Xiai Jin was horrified. He used his concept of speed and dodged to the side. Two streaks of light flashed in the arena before disappearing like shooting stars. Everyone opened their eyes wide and craned their necks to look at the arena. In the arena, Lin Xian held his sword with both hands. His face was rather pale, and there was blood dripping from the tip of his sword. Could it be that Xiai Jin is injured? Everyone looked to the other side. Of Xiai Jin's a sword. Of Xiai Jin. What kind of sword technique is this? Speed. Yes. Xiai Jin covered the wound on his left arm. His heart was in turmoil. Ever since he comprehended the concept of speed, he had never been defeated. This time, he challenged Lin Xian. He wanted to destroy his opponent's limelight and win the title of the #1 swordsman of the younger generation. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to have such a unique skill. His speed even surpassed his own. Who is this guy? His sword technique is so powerful. Xiai Jin's eyes were uncertain. Lin Xian once again proved his strength with his powerful sword technique. This time, even Zhou Jianying of the Four Heavenly Prides gave Lin Shuo a few more glances. Your sword technique is good, but your cultivation is too weak. Maybe you can enter the top 10 next time. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that this genius would give such a high evaluation. Then, everyone had a general understanding of Lin Xian's strength. This time, Lin Xian's strength was at most between 10th and 20th. This was already very terrifying. It was Lin Xian's first time participating, and he was only 18 years old. This talent was second only to the four geniuses. Enter the top 10 in the next tournament. Lin Xian smiled faintly. With his current strength, he could only enter the top 10 next time. However, he still had the powerful 70% sword intent as a trump card. His strength was increasing every moment. To be honest, as he absorbed more and more energy from the black dragon flame, he did not know how strong he would become. However, he was sure of one thing. He would enter the ranks of the 5 geniuses at the very least. The following matches were boring. The challengers did not take any risks. Instead, they chose opponents that they were confident in. Just as the matches were going on, the 5 venerables in the ancient city once again received news of Lin Xian's identity. A spirit-detecting realm martial artist said respectfully, "Venerables, we have found Lin Xian's origin." Oh. Speak. He comes from a small country at the border, the Xia country. The Xia country. Wasn't it already occupied by the Black Dragon sect? Venerable Scarlet Flame frowned. It seems that Lin Xian is most likely a spy sent by the Black Dragon sect. According to our intelligence, Lin Xian seemed to have been chased by the Black Dragon sect. As for what happened after that, and whether he joined the Black Dragon sect, it is still unknown. However, I heard that he had a conflict with the Black Dragon sect's Black Heart Hall in the Tian Shan country. Moreover, he also attacked the Black Dragon sect. The 5 venerables were silent. The evidence now showed that Lin Xian was most likely a spy from the Black Dragon sect. What are you waiting for? Quickly capture him and torture him. Venerable Scarlet Flame said. What do you think? Venerable Green Lotus asked. To be honest, I don't believe that Lin Xian is a spy. After all, someone who can comprehend that kind of sword intent would not submit to the Black Dragon sword, Venerable Sword said. Moreover, Lin Xian has had many conflicts with the Black Dragon sect. He shouldn't be a spy from the Black Dragon sect. How about this? Wait until the 3rd round, Venerable Green Lotus said. To be honest, Lin Xian's talent was shocking. If there were no accidents, he could become another sword genius. If such a person could be used by the Martial League, there might be another Venerable in the future. Therefore, Venerable Sword and Venerable Green Lotus did not want to make a move unless there was no other choice. Below, Lin Xian did not know that danger was getting closer and closer to him. It was now his turn to challenge, so he stood up and walked to the stage. In his first challenge, he won consecutively and reached the 19th rank. In his first challenge, he entered the top 20. His strength was too strong. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was one of the new geniuses who entered the top 20. If there were no accidents, his ranking would be stable in the top 20. Lei Jin snorted and looked at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. He would not allow Lin Xian to enter the top 20. Even if Lin Xian entered, he would beat him back. The challenges continued, and soon, martial artists began to issue challenges to the 5 heroes. Chapter 473. The 2 went up the stage and greeted each other. The 13th warrior was a disciple of the Heavenly Fire sect. Although he wasn't as strong as the Heavenly Fire Crown Prince, he was still a top genius. On his body, there were flame patterns floating and jumping, emitting a mysterious and scorching power. Bing Ling was a peerless genius of the Ice Crystal Valley. She wore a blue dress and her black hair was slightly curly. Her fair face had a chill. Around her, there were ice crystal ripples and snowflakes dancing in the air. On the ground, ice began to form and spread rapidly. In an instant, the area within 100 feet turned into a world of ice and snow. Humph! The Heavenly Fire sect disciple snorted and shot out several fiery light pillars. At the same time, he waved his hands, forming a wave-like palm wind that turned into a sea of fire. Bing Ling waved her ice staff and spun it rapidly. Frost danced in the air as if it was going to freeze one's soul. Ice and fire, 2 opposite attributes, collided on the stage, emitting a violent aura. Everyone was shocked and retreated. The 2 forces were too powerful and the impact of their collision was even more terrifying. The ice crystal flames had spread to the edge of the stage. How terrifying! As expected of a top genius. Lin Xian looked up and saw that the flames around the Heavenly Fire sect disciple were frozen, forming fiery ice crystals. Endless cold air surged towards him. As expected of one of the 5 heroes. This ice is too shocking. It can even freeze flames. I'm afraid that in terms of attributes, only the Heavenly Fire Crown Prince can restrain her. The Heavenly Fire sect disciple's face was gloomy. He circulated his spiritual energy and 2 fire dragons appeared behind him, intertwining to form a mysterious pattern. This is the fire dragon pattern. Everyone exclaimed. Legend has it that the fire dragon pattern can burn everything. Suppress. The Heavenly Fire sect disciple shouted coldly as the fire dragon pattern behind him rapidly expanded to cover the front. Traces of scorching flames spewed out from the dragon's head and surged towards the ice crystals below. Soon, the ice sculptures melted as if they would crack at any moment. Ice Sealing Throne. Her voice was cold as she waved her ice staff. A blue figure appeared behind her and sat cross-legged on the throne. The figure was abnormally tall and emitted an extremely cold aura as if it could freeze everything in the world. The blue figure waved his hand and a blue aura crashed into the fire dragon pattern in the sky. The iceberg and the sea of fire collided fiercely in the void, as if a huge explosion had occurred. In the end, it was the ice spirit who used her powerful cultivation to forcibly seal the fire dragon diagram. The fierce battle ended just like that. The ice spirit sealed the fire dragon diagram with her powerful ice power. The heavenly fire sect disciple did not dare continue fighting and could only surrender. After that, a few more martial artists challenged the 5 heroes. Xiao Yaoxing held a folding fan in his hand as his figure fluttered in the air. He was exceptionally confident as he defeated his opponent while talking and laughing. Lei Zhen's body was covered with lightning and was incomparably violent. Anyone who fought with him was unable to get close to him. No one could block Yu Yan's illusionary arts. Han Fei was even more terrifying. No one could resist his saber light. The challenges continued. Soon, Xiao Yaoxing went up. His opponent was Lei Zhen. The two of them exchanged blows. The momentum was terrifying, and lightning filled the sky. Xiao Yaoxing leisurely strolled in the sea of lightning, his fan shadows surging. The two of them first competed with their moves, and then it was a battle of wills. Their terrifying and wonderful methods made people gasp in admiration. In the end, it was still Lei Zhen who won slightly and defeated Xiao Yaoxing. Then, the ice spirit also challenged Han Fei. Terrifying saber intent soared into the sky. Han Fei attacked with all his might, striking out saber shadows that filled the sky. The ice spirit waved her staff, striking out icebergs that rushed into the sky. The void trembled as the dark blue mountain shadow in the sky charged forward. The two spiritual forces collided, and violent energy overflowed as if it was going to tear the void apart. Space-splitting cross-slash. Han Fei waved his saber, and two huge cross-shaped saber beams formed in the air, rushing towards the ice spirit. Everywhere they passed, everything was shattered. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens. The ice spirit's staff spun, forming a huge ice phoenix around her that flew into the sky. The saber beams and the ice phoenix collided, and the sky fell into an energy vortex. Some of the martial artists who were closer were affected, bleeding from their mouths and noses as they fell to the ground. The other martial artists were horrified as they frantically retreated, fearing that they would be affected. Lin Xian's figure fluttered. At the same time, two beams of sword qi rushed out from his body, shattering the violent energy that rushed towards him. As expected of the 5 heroes. They are indeed powerful. He sighed. With his strength, he would probably need to go all out to compete with these people. When everything calmed down, the crowd looked towards the arena. In the arena, Han Fei stood with a saber in his hand, with a thick layer of ice on his body. On the opposite side, the ice spirit's chest rose and fell rapidly, and her forehead was covered with a layer of sweat. On her shoulder, a very thin saber mark appeared. Drops of round blood beads flowed out. The ice spirit smiled bitterly. She knew that Han Fei had shown mercy just now. I admit defeat. She shook her head. Your ice power is very strong. I'm afraid it will only take a few years for you to freeze me. Han Fei put away his long saber. He was also shocked. If it weren't for his strong saber intent, he would have been frozen just now. The battle between the two was very exciting. While the crowd was still reminiscing, Lei Zhen had already come to the arena. In an instant, half of the arena was covered by a sea of thunder. Lin Xian, come up and die. Lei Zhen's voice was loud and clear, like the roar of the thunder god. What? He wants to challenge Lin Xian. The crowd was shocked. This was the first time that a high-level martial artist challenged a low-level martial artist, and the gap between their ranks was very big. The crowd was excited. Lei Zhen must be avenging Shang Wanhao. I'm afraid Lin Xian is unlucky. Lei Zhen is quite strong. Isn't it better to get rid of an opponent? Many people sneered. They couldn't beat Lin Xian, so they naturally hoped that someone could defeat him. However, Zhao Shui, Dongfang Xiong, and the others were worried. Although Lin Xian was strong, it was still too difficult for him to defeat Lei Zhen. If it was the next competition, with Lin Xian's talent, there would be some hope. Lin Xian's face was cold. Lei Zhen was definitely a terrible opponent. He slightly sensed the spiritual power in his body and found that he would soon reach the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Well, let's see what the strength of the 5 heroes is. Lin Xian clenched the black scabbard and walked into the arena. How many moves do you think Lin Xian can withstand? Don't be silly. He'll definitely admit defeat as soon as he comes up. One had to know that with his results, he could definitely enter the top 20. If he was injured by Lei Zhen, his strength would be damaged and his ranking would drop greatly. The crowd discussed and thought that Lin Xian would admit defeat as soon as possible. Lei Zhen's voice was cold when he saw Lin Xian walk up. I won't give you a chance to admit defeat. Then, a pair of 100-meter-long lightning wings appeared behind him, and he disappeared in a flash. Lin Xian quickly retreated. He wouldn't admit defeat. What? He didn't admit defeat. The crowd was shocked. Is Lin Xian really going to fight Lei Zhen? Chapter 474. Puff! 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 Countless phantoms were destroyed. Lei Zhen was like a bolt of blue lightning, quickly moving around the arena. Everyone was dizzy. Their eyes hurt from staring, but they still couldn't see the two's movements clearly. Whoosh! Lei Zhen suddenly appeared and quickly rose into the sky. High in the sky, he channeled all the spiritual energy in his body and formed countless lightning feathers. Lightning feathers. These lightning feathers were like thousands of arrows, piercing down. The entire arena was covered by the terrifying lightning feathers. What a terrifying move. Lin Xian can't hide anymore. The audience below exclaimed. Sure enough, the sky full of lightning feathers made Lin Xian appear. But in the next moment, a glaring sword light flashed and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, quickly slashing out. A huge sword chi of 100 meters long swept across and slashed upwards. The sky full of lightning feathers forcibly cut open a huge crack in the sky. Kid, I'll let you know the true power of a lightning sect disciple. Lei Zhen was like a lightning god, standing in the void. The lightning aura on his body crushed the surroundings. With a point of his finger, the huge lightning turned into a flood dragon and rushed down. Today, I'll use your lightning to improve my gold lightning body. Lin Xian roared. Waving the star extinction sword, dozens of sword chi rushed into space. Boom! 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 The lightning dragon and the terrifying sword chi collided, and the two energies burst out with extreme power. Chi! The thunder flood dragon let out a wail as it was cut in half. Lin Xian secretly channeled the devouring sword, forming a devouring power that quickly absorbed the lightning dragon. What? Lin Xian is absorbing lightning again. He's dead. Lei Zhen will definitely be furious. Sure enough, seeing Lin Xian absorb lightning again, Lei Zhen's face became ferocious. Flapping his wings, he turned into a lightning bolt and tore through the void. Lightning Wings Flight Technique. Lightning flashed, and Lei Zhen's real body appeared behind Lin Xian. The lightning trident in his hand pierced out, and the lightning essence spread out. At this moment, the entire sky was covered by a sea of lightning. The sky shook, and cracks appeared on the hard ground of the arena from the lightning strikes. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xian twisted his body and waved his absolute star sword, which collided with the lightning trident. The afterimage disappeared, and the sword chi of thunder light swept across. The two of them exchanged several moves. Lei Zhen's hair stood on end as he roared towards the sky. His aura suddenly increased greatly. His lightning trident instantly blasted Lin Xian away. Descent of the Thunder God. In the next moment, the lightning on his body surged, forming a huge lightning giant. Terrifying pressure spread out in all directions, as if it was going to tear the space apart. Lin Xian was sent flying by the lightning and slid far away. At this moment, a terrifying lightning palm descended. Boom! Lin Xian was pinned down, and the entire ground caved in. It's over. He's been caught. He definitely won't be able to escape. Looks like we can only admit defeat. Everyone sighed. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. Lei Zhen controlled the huge lightning giant and looked around disdainfully. He exerted force in his palm, and the lightning crazily pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt the space around him being squeezed, as if countless giant mountains were moving, as if they were going to crush him into meat paste. Absorb for me. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a trace of madness. He quickly used the devouring sword and began to absorb the lightning energy. To be honest, although he was trapped, it wasn't difficult for him to escape. As long as he used 70% of his sword intent, he could break the lightning palm. However, he didn't do that. He wanted to use this opportunity to absorb the lightning and evolve his body into the gold thunder body. A large amount of lightning energy entered Lin Xian's body. Soon, a trace of golden light appeared on his silver thunder body. It's almost done. Lin Xian was ecstatic. However, Lei Zhen soon found something fishy. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would still be thinking about his lightning in such a dangerous situation. Fury of Thunder. Lei Zhen was really angry. He used the thunder concept and condensed a thundercloud. Not good. This is the Annihilation Purple Thunder. It's said to be able to destroy everything. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. The terrifying lightning energy fell and blasted towards Lin Xian. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the arena below was enveloped by the purple lightning. It's over. In this situation, Lin Xian will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. The referee also frowned. He sensed and wanted to stop the match. However, at this moment, a loud laugh came from the sea of lightning. This is so satisfying. I didn't expect you to have such lightning energy. What other moves do you have? Use them all. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. Several terrifying wounds appeared on his body. Some parts of his body were badly mutilated. You're courting death. Lei Zhen activated his spiritual energy. The purple lightning in the sky intertwined and formed the Annihilation Purple Thunder. Since you want to die, then turn into ashes in this lightning. The huge purple lightning descended and formed a dazzling light. It quickly annihilated everything. The crowd closed their eyes and frantically retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the Annihilation Purple Thunder. After a long time, the crowd opened their eyes. The entire black gold arena was full of scars as if it had been bombed. A terrifyingly deep pit appeared where Lin Xian was, and even his body was buried under the black rock. This is what you get for challenging the lightning sect. Lei Jin walked in the air with a cold expression. Is he dead? Why can't I see Lin Xian? Fuck, I can't sense him either. The crowd discussed animatedly as they looked at the ruins. There was no way he could stand up. Lei Jin's expression was cold. However, before he finished speaking, a dazzling golden light shone from the ruins below. Boom! The ruins exploded and countless black stones flew. A golden figure appeared, like a golden god of war. Golden thunder body has finally been formed. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. The purple lightning had indeed been a great threat to him. Fortunately, everything was over, and he had also condensed the golden lightning body. With the crystal thunder body, his defense in the spirit transformation realm could be said to be abnormal. Even if he encountered a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, he would be able to hold his own. Thank you for your divine thunder of annihilation. Lin Xian laughed. Lei Jin's expression became very ugly. Not only was his opponent not dead, his strength had increased greatly. This was a slap to his face. It was a slap to the lightning sect's face. Die for me. The lightning trident pierced out, forming two lightning lasers that shot toward Lin Xian. Try my golden thunder body. Lin Xian punched out, and his golden fist rushed into the void. The sky was filled with golden light, dazzling everyone's eyes. Boom! Lin Xian took a step back as the two bolts of lightning in the sky shattered with a loud bang. What? He broke Lei Jin's attack with his bare hands. The crowd exclaimed. Lin Xian, who was at a disadvantage a moment ago, had become so powerful. What kind of body refining technique is this? It's so terrifying. Dong Fengxiong stared at Lin Xian's golden thunder body, his eyes shining. What a terrifying power. I'm itching again. The crowd was speechless. Only Dong Fengxiong, with his abnormal body constitution, could compete with Lin Xian. Lei Jin's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't expect Lin Xian's strength to increase so much. It seems that if I don't show my true strength, you won't know how powerful I am. Lei Jin's body quickly descended. Thunder transformation. Chapter 475. The situation was similar to Shengguan Hao's. However, Lei Jin's lightning form was much more powerful than Shengguan Hao's. Lightning flashed and covered Lei Jin's body with a layer of lightning armor. Even his head was covered. Behind him, there was a 2-meter-long tail covered with lightning thorns. It was terrifying. The lightning tail swung and immediately smashed a groove in the hard ground. After the transformation, Lei Jin was like a lightning monster, full of explosive power. He took a step forward and rushed forward like lightning. Wherever he went, the void would be torn apart. He used the thunder essence to the extreme, and a terrifying pressure enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian slashed out with the wind and thunder essences. However, Lei Jin's thunder essence was too powerful. Lin Xian's sword qi was cut in half. Boom! The lightning trident fell and tore the ground. Lin Xian quickly retreated with a dignified look. In that strike just now, Lei Jin's concept of thunder had probably reached 70%. This level of thunder essence was far beyond his wind and thunder essence. It seems that I can only use the dragon sword essence. Facing Lei Jin's thunder essence, Lin Xian held the star sword tightly. In the next moment, a ferocious and sharp sword intent erupted from his body. It's useless. Even your sword essence can't resist my thunder essence. Lei Zhen's expression was cold as he strode forward. Soon, Lin Xian's sword essence reached 50%. However, he didn't make a move. Instead, he continued to increase it. What? His sword essence increased again. How is this possible? Oh my god, is he still holding back his sword essence? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Especially the disciples of the three kendo families. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. 60% sword essence. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with sword light. It wasn't enough. He activated the dragon sword essence in his body again. According to his estimation, Lei Zhen's thunder essence had reached 70%. Therefore, he also planned to activate his sword essence. With a dragon roar, the azure dragon sword chi surged out of Lin Xian's body and roared ferociously. At this moment, the weapons on the surrounding warriors all trembled. It was as if he was bowing to the center of the arena. This is 70% sword intent. Everyone was shocked and gripped their weapons tightly. 70% sword intent. Lin Xian actually possesses 70% sword intent. Is this his trump card? At this moment, Xiaijin, Shuairen, and the others were all shocked. With their strength, they were completely unable to contend against 70% sword intent. If Lin Xian went all out, they would not even be able to withstand a single strike. This guy is too scary. Is he really a newbie? I'm afraid he will become the second Zhou Jianying. Many people believe that as long as Lin Xian continued to grow, he would sooner or later become one of the four great prodigies. 70% sword intent. Yi Daoleng sucked in a breath of cold air. He had originally planned to fight with Lin Xian, but now it seemed that the chances were slim. Beside him, Han Fei comforted him, "Don't worry, you'll reach this level sooner or later." Even the four prodigies were shocked and they saw the 70% sword intent. Especially Zhou Jianying, who stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. The one who was most shocked was Lei Zhen. He originally thought that he could completely crush Lin Xian with his 70% thunder essence. In this way, not only could he avenge Shangguan Haohao, but he could also promote the Thunder Sect's reputation. However, to his surprise, Lin Xian actually possessed the same level of sword intent. So what if you have 70% sword intent? If you don't know how to use it, you're still trash. Lei Zhen shouted coldly and launched a terrifying attack. Moon Break. Lin Xian, who had displayed 70% sword intent, was unusually calm. His body was filled with sword chi, which condensed into a huge crescent-shaped sword chi and rushed forward. This sword chi was extremely violent. Everywhere it passed, the void would shatter. Lei Zhen's attack instantly collapsed as if it was made of paper. What? How can it be so powerful? Lei Zhen was shocked. He originally thought that even if Lin Xian displayed 70% sword intent, it would at most be a draw. However, Lin Xian's sword intent was so powerful that it directly shattered his attack. Was this really 70% sword intent? Let's end this. Star Burst. Lin Xian activated the dragon sword intent to the extreme. He became one with the sword and slashed out a sword light. Thunder Collision. Lei Zhen gritted his teeth and formed the strongest defense in front of him. However, this sword was too amazing. It directly hit the weak part of the defense and quickly tore it apart. Then, the sword intent cracked and a shocking explosion occurred. There was an earth-shattering sound. Lei Zhen was surrounded by countless sword lights. Lin Xian withdrew the star sword and waited quietly. He was confident that this sword could definitely defeat Lei Zhen. As expected, when the sword light disappeared, Lei Zhen's battered figure appeared. The thunder armor on his body was completely shattered and there were countless sword marks on it. One of them even cut open the skin on his abdomen and almost cut him in half. Compared to the physical injury, the most serious injury was the mental injury. As one of the 5 talents, he thought that defeating Lin Xian was just a piece of cake. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian's trump cards were all beyond his expectations. Especially the last 70% sword intent, he could not resist it. Now he realized that he had indeed underestimated this young man. The reason why he did not use his trump card at the beginning was probably because he wanted to preserve his strength and use his thunder to refine his body. Thinking of this, he felt bitter and even regretted challenging Lin Xian. "You won, what?" Lei Jin admitted defeat. The disciples of the Thunder sect were all stunned, especially Sheng Wanhao. His eyes were filled with horror. Ever since he started cultivating, he had made his senior brother Lei Jin his lifelong goal. Now, his idol had been defeated, and the one who defeated his senior brother was a newcomer like him. Thinking of how he had provoked Lin Xian in the past, Sheng Wanhao felt a lingering fear. If Lin Xian had used all his strength at that time, he would definitely have been killed in one strike. Is the world going to change? Finally, one of the 5 talents has fallen. The crowd went crazy. One had to know that the 4 talents and 5 talents were recognized as the strongest in everyone's hearts. They originally thought that no one could shake their position in this year's competition, and that the only change was the internal ranking. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to defeat Lei Jin and successfully become one of the 5 talents. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Xian had changed. Their eyes were filled with respect. If Lin Xian was said to be an extremely talented newcomer with limitless prospects in the past, now, he had proven with his strength that not only was he talented, but his combat strength was also strong. He could create a record now. Defeating Lei Jin was the best proof. This guy really made it into the 5 talents. Iron Hand was shocked. Lin Xian had given him too many surprises, and they shocked him again and again. Before this, he thought that Lin Xian could only make it into the top 100, but now Lin Xian had become one of the 5 talents. Chapter 476. Among them, Venerable Lord Sword looked at Lin Xian with surprise and admiration in his eyes. Not bad. He actually comprehended 70% sword intent, and it's very powerful. Although he's not as good as Jianing, he shouldn't be too far behind. I'm afraid he'll be another sword venerable in less than 100 years. Venerable Blue Lotus nodded with a smile. There were only 13 Venerable Lords in the entire Tiannan region, and Venerable Lord Leng was severely injured and her strength was greatly reduced. Normally, it would be fine, but now that the Black Dragon sect was restless and showing signs of revival, there would be another fierce battle soon. Once the Black Dragon sect counterattacked, the battle would not be over in a few years. It might last for decades or even centuries. If that was the case, the emergence of a Venerable Lord would greatly change the situation. Therefore, these Venerable Lords valued every genius. I think it's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. If he's a spy from the Black Dragon sect, wouldn't that increase the enemy's strength? Venerable Scarlet Flame snorted. The other Venerable Lords were also silent. They were not 100% sure that they could prove Lin Xian's innocence. Don't worry, we'll definitely find out his true identity before the Azure Dragon Society ends. Venerable Blue Lotus said. If Lin Xian was innocent, they would definitely use the best resources to nurture him. If Lin Xian was really a spy from the Black Dragon sect, they would definitely kill him with all their might. Lin Xian absorbed Lei Jin's true dragon aura, and the true dragon aura in his body reached more than 60 feet. At that moment, the great dragon sword intent in his body seemed to be summoned. Lin Xian was shocked. He did feel a calling from afar. Great dragon sword. He was overjoyed. It seemed that his true dragon aura could already form a connection with the great dragon sword. Still not enough. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He still needed to continue absorbing the true dragon aura. If he could become one of the 4 prodigies, he might be able to sense it clearly. However, he did not act rashly. With his current strength, it was not possible for him to become a prodigy. He had to wait until he broke through to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. With a satisfied smile, Lin Xian left the stage. Then, Yu Yan appeared. Previously, in the first stage, he had fought with the Prince of Heavenly Flame and was sent flying with a single move. Therefore, he didn't plan to challenge the 4 heavenly talents anymore. Instead, he set his eyes on Han Fei. If he could defeat Han Fei, he would become the first of the 5 heroes. At the same time, he was also the strongest person below the 4 great geniuses. This kind of honor was also extremely great. Thinking of this, he challenged Han Fei. As his voice fell, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Han Fei and Yu Yan were ranked next to each other, and their strength was about the same. This battle must be very exciting. Looks like Yu Yan has already given up on challenging the geniuses. So what? It's not just him. I'm afraid that even the 5 heroes don't have the strength to fight against the geniuses. The crowd was not surprised. Although the 5 geniuses were strong, there was still a big gap between them and the 4 geniuses. Han Fei was not surprised by Yu Yan's challenge. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a saber light and flashed into the ring. In the distance, a silver moon rose behind Yu Yan. It carried a terrifying aura as it floated in the void. Wherever the moonlight passed, the air would distort, as if an indescribable change had taken place. It's an illusion. This is illusory moon ascension. Everyone exclaimed. This was a large-scale illusion. Wherever the moonlight shrouded, it would be an illusion. Void slash. On the other side, Han Fei unsheathed his saber, and a resplendent saber light streaked across the sky. Wherever the saber light passed, the silver moonlight was torn apart, flying to the sides like a veil. What a terrifying saber intent, it can even tear apart an illusion. Lin Xian was surprised. He could feel that Han Fei's saber intent was not weaker than his sword intent. The saber streaked across the sky and quickly slashed towards Yu Yan. Soon, the silver moonlight around Yu Yan was completely torn apart. Humph. He snorted coldly, and the illusory moon intent rose. Han Fei had rich combat strength and would not fight with Yu Yan at all. The other party was an illusion martial artist, so he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, he would fall for it if he was not careful. Therefore, Han Fei did not hold back from the beginning. Streaks of resplendent saber light shattered the void and quickly slashed towards Yu Yan. Crack! Crack! The saber fell, and the hard ground split open, forming terrifying cracks. The cold saber intent was even more shocking, lingering in the void for a long time. Yu Yan's expression was cold. He quickly rushed towards Han Fei with the bright moon illusion. At the same time, he quickly waved his palms and struck out the falling moon palm. The sky was filled with palm shadows that carried ripples, scattering in all directions. These palm shadows looked beautiful, but they were filled with endless killing intent. Each of them carried a terrifying soul attack. If an ordinary mid-stage spirit transformation realm martial artist encountered them, their soul would probably be severely injured on the spot. Void-splitting cross-slash. Han Fei held the saber with both hands and quickly slashed out. Buzz! In the sky, a huge cross-shaped saber aura shone and rushed forward. This was one of Han Fei's ultimate skills. Previously, he had relied on this saber to defeat Bing Ling. The saber aura was dazzling like a cross of death, enveloping Yu Yan. Yu Yan's expression was solemn. He had to be careful when facing this powerful attack. The silver moon behind him rotated, and the moonlight in the sky rotated rapidly, forming a vortex that stirred up the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Suddenly, a slender hand reached out from the vortex and slapped towards the void. As soon as the slender hand appeared, the entire space immediately sank, and a huge pressure enveloped the surroundings. Everyone's faces turned pale as if they were enveloped by 100,000 mountains. So terrifying, what move is this? Moon God descends. I didn't expect Yu Yan to even use this move. Someone exclaimed, rumor has it that when the Mirage Moon sex cultivation technique is cultivated to the extreme, one can summon the Moon God descends. I thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to be true. Moon God descends. Lin Xian frowned. Was there really a god in this world? His eyes flickered as he looked at the arena. He waved his slender hand and collided with the huge cross-shaped saber aura. Boom! A dazzling light erupted in the sky, forming a huge white energy ball that spread out in all directions. The terrifying attack was like the end of the world, making one's heart tremble. The white light retreated, and the two figures fought again. Divine Saber of Destruction. Han Fei's saber intent was astonishing, and he slashed out a terrifying saber light again. This saber almost covered more than half of the sky. The vast saber light surged in the air like a blood-colored river. Illusion Path Crescent Moon Break. Yu Yan rose into the air and also launched his strongest attack. He fused with the silver moon behind him, releasing a hazy light. A palm, like a divine palm from outer space, pressed down. Waves of air rolled, saber aura crisscrossed, and the arena was drowned again. Crack! Boom! Countless black gravel splattered, piercing the void and flying in all directions. Some martial artists were caught off guard and were sent flying by these stones while vomiting blood. Damn it, it's too terrifying. Even the gravel can hurt people. Everyone quickly retreated, feeling a lingering fear. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he stared at the arena. Chapter 477. Han Fei won. His saber intent happened to restrain Yu Yan's illusion, Sword Tao Goddess Zhou Jianying said. In the end, it's still a battle of intent. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame said coldly, if Yu Yan's illusory moon intent is strong enough, he can completely restrain him. The four geniuses spoke, and every word they said hit the nail on the head. When the storm dissipated, the figure in the arena appeared. Yu Yan's sleeve was cut off, and a long saber was placed horizontally above his head, emitting a terrifying saber intent. I admit defeat. Yu Yan said unwillingly. Thank you for letting me win. Han Fei retracted his saber and smiled indifferently. Everyone exclaimed, and the audience in the stands was in an uproar. Their cheers were like a tide, shaking the world. Yu Yan left the arena, but Han Fei didn't move. He was still standing in the arena. Because this time, it was his turn to challenge. Holding the saber tightly, his eyes burst out with astonishing fighting spirit. Divine Saber Sex Han Fei challenges Zhou Jianying. Han Fei's voice was sonorous and powerful, and every word caused the void to tremble. Everyone was excited again. Han Fei was going to challenge the four geniuses. Not only that, he was going to challenge the second-ranked Sword Tao Goddess. Han Fei is the leader of the 5 heroes. He does have the strength to challenge the 4 heroes. Yes, his saber intent has reached 70%. He might have the strength to fight. Lin Xian was also excited. Han Fei's saber intent was similar to his. This battle might allow him to figure out Zhou Jianying's strength. Your saber intent is not bad. I will use the same level of sword intent to fight you. Zhou Jianying stepped on the ground like a fairy. She carried an azure sword on her back that was like a shining star. It was dreamy and illusory. However, she didn't draw her sword. Instead, she used her finger to replace the sword and pointed diagonally. What? Zhou Jianying wants to fight barehanded. Isn't she underestimating Han Fei? What do you know? I saw her attack 10 years ago. It was too stunning. It was like a divine rainbow descending into the world. No one could stop it. The more everyone talked, the more shocked they became. In the arena, Han Fei's expression was solemn. He wasn't dissatisfied with Zhou Jianying's barehanded battle. The other party was already lucky to be able to fight with him. Take my saber, space-splitting cross-slash. As soon as he came, Han Fei used his ultimate skill. A huge cross-saber chi quickly slashed forward. Break! Zhou Jianying spat out a green lotus from her mouth and waved her jade-like fingers. A ripple-like sword chi slashed down. The sword chi looked weak, like a fleeting shadow, but when it came into contact with the huge cross-shaped sword chi, it was immediately sliced in half. What a sharp sword intent! Lin Xian was shocked. As a swordsman, he could naturally feel the terror of this sword. Not only that, but he also found that Zhou Jianying's use of sword intent was very delicate, which was far beyond his. For example, the sword strike just now contained a terrifying sword intent that was hidden very deeply. However, at the moment of collision, an extremely powerful attack power erupted and destroyed everything. The utilization of this kind of sword intent surpassed the vast majority of people. I'm afraid Zhou Jianying didn't even use half of her strength. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He realized that the four prodigies were far more terrifying than he had imagined. However, he was not vexed. In terms of the use of sword intent, he was stronger than Zhou Jianying. What he lacked now was the maturity of his sword intent. I can only rely on the divine sword visualization painting. These days, he had been comprehending the divine sword visualization painting and his sword intent had reached the peak of 70%. He was only a little bit away from breaking through to 80%. However, he welcomed another piece of good news. After continuing to absorb the black dragon flames, he finally reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. So far, his strength had substantially improved. If he fought with Lei Jin again, he would probably only need 3 moves to defeat him. This was the gap between realms. The current Lin Xian was several times stronger than before. Now, he should be able to challenge the four prodigies. Lin Xian thought to himself. With his strength and trump cards, he was already able to compete with the four prodigies. Moreover, he also had his greatest trump card, the Sword of Devouring. With it, Lin Xian even dared to challenge spirit-detecting realm martial artists. In a good mood, he looked at the arena. In the arena, Han Fei's first attack failed and he slashed out again. Divine Saber of Destruction. The blood-red saber aura filled the entire sky like a blood-red river, hanging across the 9 heavens. Looking at this attack, Zhou Jianying's eyes lit up. She raised one hand and slashed up. A ray of sword light flew into the sky like a graceful swan. It was like a 5-colored divine pillar connecting heaven and earth. This attack directly hit the weakest part of the blood-red saber aura. With a roar, the blood-red saber aura shattered like a glass plate, scattering across the sky. Han Fei was very strong, but Zhou Jianying was stronger. Every attack of hers carried a terrifying sword intent. Although her sword intent was also 70%, it was much more powerful than Han Fei's saber intent. After 2 defeats, the saber aura in Han Fei's eyes became even brighter. He looked up to the sky and roared. His whole body was like a divine saber that was unsheathed, extremely sharp. Take my strongest attack, saber breaking the sky. The huge saber aura pierced through the sky, and the terrifying aura made the entire arena tremble. In the sky, the clouds were instantly destroyed. Endless light condensed, and then the long saber fell down. So terrifying. Retreat. The surrounding crowd was horrified and retreated crazily. Lin Xian's body flashed and he also rushed back. At the same time, he was also slightly surprised. The power of this attack was very close to the first sword of the Gale Lightning Sword technique. The arena trembled and a terrifying crack appeared. The saber aura shrouded Zhou Jianying. At this moment, everyone was looking at the arena. He was hit head-on. Can Han Fei win? Such a terrifying attack. Even if she's an elite, she'll probably be injured, right? Everyone was discussing and feeling bewildered. However, at this moment, a stunning sword aura bloomed from the arena, piercing through the saber aura and rushing in all directions. This sword aura was so dazzling that the saber aura in the sky lost its luster. The sword aura slashed down and the mighty saber aura was mercilessly torn apart. Han Fei's face turned pale. His body stiffened and he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. When the saber aura disappeared, Zhou Jianying's beautiful figure appeared. She was dressed in green and pointed her sword at the sky. Although she was a girl, she had an indescribable sharpness. It was as if everything in front of her had become fragile. This was the demeanor of a sword Dao heavenly maiden. After 3 attacks, Han Fei had no chance of winning at all. He smiled bitterly and admitted defeat. The crowd was in an uproar and kept shouting. Zhou Jianying's strength was crazy. They would probably never forget the last sword attack for the rest of their lives. Lin Xian was also amazed. She was indeed a genius, especially her attainments in the sword Dao, which could be said to be terrifying. Even the last sword strike had given him some enlightenment. Immediately, he fell into the divine sword visualization painting and quickly comprehended it. Whoosh! The snow-white monkey rushed out and stood on his shoulder, covering its mouth and yawning. Lin Xian was comprehending at this time, so the safety task was naturally left to it. The little monkey blinked its black gem-like eyes and looked around curiously. Chapter 478. The appearance of the little white monkey shocked them. However, in the next moment, they looked puzzled. Why did I feel so scared just now? What kind of monkey is this? Why do I feel like it's that legendary species? Are you talking about that? Impossible, how can that thing exist? The venerable ones were bewildered. They tried to confirm it but could not find the same feeling they had before. In desperation, they could only give up temporarily. The competition continued. Lin Xian was still comprehending the divine sword visualization diagram and did not pay attention to the others. However, the others were all excited. Because the next contestants were all sky prides. In the arena, Yan Shan carried a huge bandage on his back and looked around with a sinister smile. Then, his gaze stopped on Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned. Was Yan Shan going to challenge Lin Xian too? No way, how could the 4 great sky prides challenge someone with a lower ranking? At this moment, Yan Shan also sent a voice transmission. What's going on? You want me to challenge that brat? A mysterious voice transmission came from the bandage on his back. That brat is a little strange. I can feel the aura of the great dragon sword on him. Great dragon sword. Are you sure? Yan Shan was shocked. Try it. With your strength, you should be able to make him use all his strength easily. Hearing this, Yan Shan sneered. He turned his head slightly and stared at Lin Xian with a sinister gaze. I want to challenge him. The crowd exclaimed. Yan Shan was really going to challenge Lin Xian. This was too crazy. One had to know that the 4 great sky brides were completely ahead of everyone else. Yan Shan wanted to challenge Lin Xian, which was undoubtedly bullying. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. They wanted to know how Lin Xian would answer. However, Lin Xian stood in place like a statue, not reacting at all to what was happening outside. However, the little white monkey looked at Yan Shan and gestured, finally revealing a look of disdain. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. A monkey dared to look down on Yan Shan. Many of them felt their brains crash. Zhao Shua and the others were worried, afraid that Lin Xian would get hot-headed and rush onto the stage. However, they still heaved a sigh of relief in the end. Because Lin Xian did not respond. If you don't respond within the time limit, you'll be deemed to have admitted defeat, the referee said in a low voice. Soon after, Yan Shan obtained a strand of true dragon qi from Lin Xian's body. Humph. Useless guy. Yan Shan snorted coldly and ignored Lin Xian. Looks like this Lin Xian isn't stupid. I thought he would still rush forward. Are you kidding me? That's Mount Yen we're talking about. Who would dare go up there? But there seems to be something wrong with Lin Xian. What's wrong? He must be trying to play dumb to avoid the competition. Although everyone knew that Lin Xian wouldn't accept the challenge, they were still disappointed by his silence. It seemed that although Lin Xian was strong, he still couldn't compare to the 4 great prodigies. Even the few supremacies in the ancient city sighed. They felt that Lin Xian lacked sharpness. Then, Yan Shan challenged Crown Prince Heavenly Flame, who was in front of him. The 2 of them exchanged blows, creating a terrifying scene. The 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram appeared behind Crown Prince Heavenly Flame, as if it could burn everything. That scorching aura made everyone's heart tremble. On the other side, Yan Shan summoned 3 ferocious puppets. Each of them had the strength of a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator. The 3 puppets worked together to fight a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. As the 2 of them exchanged blows, each of their attacks could tear apart a normal spirit transformation realm martial artist. At the 103rd move, the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram released endless flames that suppressed the entire stage. Yan Shan's 3 puppets were entangled by the flaming dragon and couldn't move at all. His hand reached for the bandage on his back, but he gave up after thinking about it. In the end, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame won. The crowd was in an uproar and took a long time to calm down. At this time, Lin Xian also woke up from the Divine Sword visualization diagram. The sword light in his eyes was even sharper, as if it could cut through the void. After the epiphany just now, he finally broke through and reached 80% sword intent. However, before he could rejoice, his body froze. He could still feel the aura of the great dragon sword, but now he couldn't feel anything. After carefully sensing with his soul power, Lin Xian found that the true dragon qi in his body had decreased by a lot. What's going on? He was stunned. As far as he knew, the true dragon qi couldn't be stolen, let alone lost for no reason. Wuji, the snow-white little monkey gestured and restored the scene just now. Suddenly, Lin Xian's face darkened. He was very surprised that Yan Shan had challenged him. One had to know that he didn't have much interaction with Yan Shan, and Yan Shan was one of the 4 great prodigies. It was even more impossible for him to challenge him for no reason. Unless there was something he didn't know. However, what made him even more angry was that he was judged to have failed because he didn't respond for a long time. Thus, he lost the true dragon qi. This guy has gone too far. Lin Xian glared at Yen Shan with rage in his eyes. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to steal his true dragon qi was an enemy. The four great prodigies. Lin Xian sneered. It's time for a change. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Yen Shan turned around and smiled disdainfully. In his eyes, Lin Xian was like an ant that couldn't arouse his interest at all. If it weren't for the existence behind him challenging him, he wouldn't have bothered with Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian actually dared to look at him like that, which made him very unhappy. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Yen Shan retracted his gaze. He had already decided that after the Azure Dragon Association was over, he would find a chance to make Lin Xian his puppet. Although Lin Xian didn't know Yen Shan's plan, he wouldn't let him go. He would make Yen Shan spit out the true dragon qi that he had stolen. If it was in the past, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to do it. But now, not only had he entered the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, his sword intent had also reached 80%. It could be said that his strength had increased by several times. If he were to face Lei Jin now, he could almost kill him with one strike. One had to know that it wasn't easy to increase one's sword intent, and with every increase in level, one's strength would increase rapidly. Lin Xian, who had comprehended 70% sword intent, and Lin Xian, who had comprehended 80% sword intent, were two completely different people. He calmed down and continued to watch the competition. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame challenged Infinite Tyrant. Both of them were domineering and violent. Just the aura they released was unbearable for the audience. You're not my match. That was clear 10 years ago. Infinite Tyrant was very domineering. He didn't put Crown Prince Heavenly Flame in his eyes at all. Humph, that was 10 years ago. That might not be the case now. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame said proudly. Now that my 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram has reached greater mastery, I'll definitely be able to suppress you this time. Suppress me? Infinite Tyrant was slightly stunned. Then, he looked up to the sky and laughed. His body released an aura that looked down on the world. Then come at me. He didn't say much. Instead, he waved his fists and punched forward. Chapter 479. That punch was too terrifying. It could definitely kill anyone below the 4 great prodigies. Fire Dragon Fist. Prince Heavenly Flame wasn't afraid at all. A fire dragon behind him coiled around his right arm, forming a fire dragon armor. The fire attribute's spiritual energy roared and surged forward. The two fists collided, causing the entire space to tremble. Even the spirit-detecting realm judge's pupils shrank as he looked at the arena with a solemn expression. Boom! Violent energy spread out and quickly dissipated. Too weak. Is this all you've got? Infinite Tyrant had one hand behind his back as he looked arrogant. 8 Desolation Fire Dragon, suppress. The fire dragon diagram behind Prince Heavenly Flame shone brightly as flames soared into the sky. The entire sky was dyed red. The space distorted as if it was about to melt. 8 fire dragons roared as they circled around to suppress Infinite Tyrant. Good timing. Infinite Tyrant roared. His robe fluttered in the black wind as he looked down on the world like an overlord. Domineering fist of heavens and earth. He was like a king as he quickly punched out. A tyrannical aura surged out and enveloped the entire area. The surrounding martial artists were terrified. Their bodies trembled as they almost knelt on the ground. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He could sense that those 2 martial arts were Earth-grade martial arts. Their power wasn't any weaker than his Gale Lightning sword art. However, Infinite Tyrant's aura was too powerful. His disregard for everything made his domineering fist of heavens and earth even more violent. Boom! Boom boom! The fire dragons and fists collided. The space was torn apart and a terrifying black crack appeared. However, the crack quickly disappeared. Even so, the crowd was still stunned. They would never forget that scene for the rest of their lives. On the ancient city, the 5 sovereigns were even more shocked. Their attacks weren't any weaker than a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. In fact, they were even stronger than an average spirit-detecting realm martial artist. At least, an average spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't be able to create a crack in space. Their strength has increased by a few times over the past 10 years. Sovereign Green Lotus exclaimed. I'm afraid Infinite Tyrant is still better. Sovereign Sword exclaimed. Jean Wudao isn't bad either. In the past, he would definitely be the number 1 of the younger generation. Indeed, the current 4 great geniuses would have been able to take first place in the previous Azure Dragon gatherings. However, the 4 of them were gathered together. It had to be said that this was a flourishing age. Geniuses emerged in large numbers, suppressing several generations. Look, the results are out. A paragon cried out. Everyone looked over and saw the 8 Baron Fire Dragon and the Berserk Fist colliding. The 2 were in a stalemate. However, in the end, it was still the hegemonic fist of heavens and earth that won, tearing the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon portrait apart. Prince Heavenly Flame groaned and took a few steps back. Was it over? Everyone was astonished. As expected, it was still Infinite Tyrant who was superior. However, the flames on the Crown Prince's body surged, making him look like a flaming god of war. This is the final move, 8 Desolation Fire Dragon, burn heaven and earth. Prince Heavenly Flame bellowed. The 8 fire dragons behind him rose into the sky and intertwined, forming an even larger fire dragon. Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with fiery red dragon bodies. The sea of fire in the sky spread and attacked into the distance. Retreat! The spirit-detecting realm referee furrowed his brows and shouted to the surrounding martial artists. What? Everyone was stunned and quickly retreated. The next moment, the huge dragon head spat out mountain-sized red dragon flames that covered the entire arena. The aura was too terrifying. Just a trace of it was enough to kill any spirit transformation realm martial artist. In an instant, Infinite Tyrant and the super arena were enveloped. The spirit-detecting realm referee rose into the sky. Chi-chi! The fiery red dragon flames were terrifying. They melted the entire arena, and the heat wave was still spreading rapidly. Everything that came into contact with it was reduced to ashes. Everyone was terrified. Fortunately, the referee reminded them. Otherwise, they would have turned into a pile of ashes. Lunatic, he's really a lunatic. Will Infinite Tyrant be burned to death if he's hit head-on? Many people were worried. There was no way around it. The flames were too terrifying. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would be finished. The sea of fire continued, and more than half of the plaza was about to collapse. At this moment, Venerable Green Lotus waved his sleeve in the ancient city. An inexplicable green chi flow fell into the sea of fire, forming a green lotus. The green lotus spun and absorbed the surrounding flames. At this moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from the arena again. A hole appeared in the sea of fire. Infinite Tyrant's body was covered in flowing light, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. Overlord Spear. The spear stabbed out, and the world lost its color. The fiery dragon in the sky was pierced, and it let out a wail before quickly dissipating. Infinite Tyrant withdrew his spear and looked at the heavenly flame crown prince. He spun his spear again. The spear light tore through the sky. The heavenly flame crown prince tried his best to resist. He merged with the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram behind him and attacked the spear light. There was a shocking explosion, and the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince was sent flying. The flaming dragon diagram on his body shattered, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He forced himself to circulate his chi and prepared to fight again, but he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You can't do it." Infinite Tyrant stood with his spear and looked around. Then, he looked at Zhou Jianying and Yan Shan and sighed. "Is there no one in the entire South Heaven region who can match me?" He was lonely. He stood at the peak, but no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The Heavenly Flame Crown Prince's face turned ugly. He originally thought that he could compete with Infinite Tyrant, but he did not expect to be defeated by his spear. What a domineering spear technique! Lin Xian exclaimed from below. That shot just now made his hair stand on end. He compared himself to the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince and realized that even he could not shatter that spear. However, he would not be as pathetic as the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince. That was because he had the Sword of Devouring. As long as he wanted to, he could devour that spear. I really hope to fight with him. Lin Xian was filled with fighting spirit. Originally, he only wanted to compete with Zhou Jianying, but now it seemed that he had to add Infinite Tyrant to his list of opponents. Such a martial artist was worthy of his full strength. After absorbing the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince's true dragon energy, Infinite Tyrant's true dragon energy reached 84 feet. That true dragon energy suppressed the surroundings. Yan Shan looked at the true dragon energy with a trace of greed in his eyes. Then, he touched the bandages on his back. Infinite Tyrant, I'll give you a big gift when the time comes." In front of him, the sea of fire disappeared and the arena was revealed. More than half of the black gold arena was burned and a terrifying pit appeared. The surroundings were charred black and the bottom could not be seen. At that moment, the true dragon energy under the ground surged and emitted a 5-colored light that shrouded the deep pit. Soon, the ground returned to normal and the black gold arena was intact. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the true dragon energy to have such an effect. If he absorbed it into his body, could it heal his wounds? Chapter 480. This idea was very risky because before the Azure Dragon Society ended, these contestants could not use true dragon chi. But Lin Xian seemed to be absorbing its power, which could be said to be very heaven-defying. Of course, he would not treat his life as a joke. So, he only absorbed a little bit. In the next moment, a trace of joy appeared on his face. I can actually absorb it. Although the process was very slow, Lin Xian could clearly feel a mysterious power entering his body from the true dragon chi. I wonder what effect it will have if I absorb more. Thinking of this, Lin Xian began to absorb with all his might. At this moment, Zhou Jianying walked up the stage. Dressed in green and surrounded by sword chi, she was like a sword god reborn, sharp to the extreme. As the second-ranked prodigy, her target was very clear, and that was infinite dominance. However, her battle with infinite dominance was very simple, with only one move. But this move was better than all the previous ones. A sword light, stunning the 9 heavens, quickly slashed towards infinite dominance. Countless fine spatial cracks appeared in the place where it passed. Infinite dominance was still incomparably domineering, the golden spear in his hand piercing out like a scorching sun. After one move, a millstone-sized black hole appeared in the void and quickly merged. The stage beneath their feet was torn apart again. Infinite dominance stood with his spear, looking around disdainfully. Zhou Jianying's face was a little pale, especially her right hand, which was trembling. As expected of the Overlord bloodline, only you can use the hegemonic chi technique to this extent. Zhou Jianying did not continue to attack. The sword just now had already determined the outcome, and it would be futile to continue fighting. Moreover, now was not the time for the final battle. In the entire Tiannan region, only you can arouse my interest. Infinite Dominance sighed. In the end, only Infinite Dominance was left. However, he did not challenge anyone. As the top prodigy, he did not put anyone in his eyes. After the first round of challenges, the 4 prodigies' rankings did not change, but there was one more newcomer among the 5 prodigies. Lin Xian replaced Lei Zhen's ranking and was ranked 7th. He was the highest ranking among the newcomers. Soon, the second round of challenges began. Lin Xian spared a sliver of his soul to observe the battle. Zhao Shui, Leng Yidao, Dongfang Xiong, and the others fought harder and harder, and they all made it into the top 30. Everyone was shocked. Although these people were also dark horses, they didn't expect that they would be able to defeat strong opponents consecutively and advance to the next round. Lei Zhen went crazy and did his best to defeat Xiao Yaoxing and enter the top 5 again. He looked at Lin Xian with hatred, but he didn't dare to challenge him again. The current him was no longer a match for Lin Xian. The ice spirit entered the arena. She looked at Lin Xian curiously, preparing to give it a try. In the end, Lin Xian stepped onto the stage and sent him flying with 3 strikes. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian's strength had increased again. One had to know that last time, he had fought with Lei Zhen for a long time. Bing Ling's strength was about the same as Lei Zhen's, but this time, she was sent flying by 3 sword strikes. This was simply too shocking. Lei Zhen felt a lingering fear in his heart. His back was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, he didn't challenge Lin Xian again. Otherwise, he would have been the one sent flying. After defeating the ice spirit, Lin Xian's true dragon energy had become stronger, and he had returned to his original height of 6 feet. However, he wasn't happy. If it wasn't for Yan Shan, his true dragon energy would have been even more. In the next moment, his gaze was sharp as he looked into the distance. Yan Shan, get up here and die. His voice was so loud that it made the void tremble. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian actually wanted to challenge Yan Shan. Moreover, he used such an arrogant tone. Lin Xian must be crazy. He's courting death. Who knows? Could it be because of Yan Shan's challenge? No way. Didn't he not dare to accept the challenge last time? Everyone was puzzled. They all thought that Lin Xian was crazy. Yan Shan's face was so gloomy that it was terrifying. As one of the top 4 prodigies, even Infinite Tyrant didn't dare to speak to him like this. Now, a worm that he regarded as an ant dared to speak so arrogantly. He couldn't stand it. Lowly worm, I'll refine you into a half-human puppet and let you suffer the punishment of hell for eternity. Yan Shan's body was filled with killing intent as if he was the king of hell. At that moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Interesting. I thought he was a coward. I didn't expect him to have such a domineering side. Infinite Tyrant looked at Lin Xian with a hint of interest. Zhou Jianying pursed her lips. She could feel the powerful sword intent behind Lin Xian's confidence. That sword intent was even more powerful than before. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame frowned. He didn't have a good impression of Lin Xian's words. After all, the top 4 prodigies couldn't be humiliated. On the ancient city, Venerable Lord Sword also narrowed his eyes. Little guy, interesting. Whoosh. Yan Shan came to the arena. He waved his hand and summoned 8 puppets. 2 of them were at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm, while the other 6 were at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. That was a terrifying lineup. Other than the top prodigies, no one could stop them. Zhao Shui's palms were sweating. Brat, don't try to be brave. Yi Daoleng and Dong Fangxiong were also nervous. After all, their opponents were the top 4 prodigies. It was impossible for them not to be nervous. Reptile, you will pay for your ignorance. Yan Shan controlled the 8 puppets and said with a hideous smile. I don't have any good swordsman puppets. After I make you, my collection will be even more perfect. Hearing that, everyone felt a chill down their spines. The 8 puppets on the arena were all made of living people. The Iron Puppets sect was really perverted. Although they were cursing, they were still worried for Lin Xian. How can he fight with so many puppets? Sigh, he's still too young and impulsive. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Cut the crap. Show me what you've got. Don't think you can bully others just because you're a prodigy. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of bullying me. Humph, you're courting death. Yan Shan snorted and controlled the 8 puppets to charge forward. His control was exquisite and contained the principles of array formations. It made the already powerful lineup even more powerful. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by 8 puppets. Destroy! Lin Xian's voice was cold. He swung the absolute star sword in his hand, and a dazzling sword light shone. What followed was a terrifying sword intent. It was cold, sharp, and so powerful that it made people despair. The entire arena was shrouded by this shocking sword intent. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and activated their defensive armor to resist. It couldn't be helped. This sword intent was too sharp. Even though they were far away, they still felt pain in their bodies as if they were pierced by thousands of swords. The most shocked person was Zhou Jianying. As a swordsman, she could clearly feel this sword intent. 80% sword intent. She exclaimed. What, 80% sword intent? Everyone was shocked. When did Lin Xian's sword intent become so powerful? However, before they could think about it, the dazzling sword light suddenly fell. The void trembled and shattered like a mirror. Countless black cracks spread out. It was terrifying. Chapter 481. Lin Xian used 80% sword intent right from the start, and a sharp sword chi instantly enveloped the entire arena. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the entire arena split apart with a loud bang. Everyone was shocked that Lin Xian had split the arena in half. Where's Yan Shan? Everyone looked at the arena. On the arena, 8 puppets were lying on the ground. Their bodies had all been cut in half, and there was even a trace of terrifying sword intent lingering around them. Yan Shan wasn't injured, but his face was very ugly. He didn't expect that the insect he had always regarded as an ant would show such strength. This kind of sword intent wasn't much weaker than Zhou Jianying's. What a terrifying sword intent. Is another heavenly talent going to appear? Han Fei was shocked. The other 3 geniuses were surprised. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Zhou Jianying, in particular, stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Damn you, you've pissed me off. Yan Shan's voice was murderous. He opened the puppet bag and summoned 3 more black puppets. These are late-stage puppets of the spirit transformation realm. It seemed that Yan Shan was really angry. Yan Shan had used these puppets in his battle with the Prince of Heavenly Flame. Even the blazing flames didn't burn them. Whoosh! Yan Shan controlled the 3 puppets and rushed toward Lin Xian together with his real body. This time, he must take down Lin Xian. Clang! 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 The 3 puppets were as fast as ghosts, constantly changing their positions around Lin Xian. They attacked fiercely, all aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. Wind Thunder Sword Wave. Lin Xian slashed out with his long sword, and sword waves spread out. The 8th level sword intent gushed out, stunning everyone. The 3 black puppets were all hit by the sword waves and were knocked back. None of them could get close to Lin Xian. Yen Shan's 5 fingers danced, and his spiritual power connected to the 3 puppets. Immediately, the 3 puppets attacked again. Humph! Wind Slayer. Lin Xian's long sword slashed down horizontally, and the eerie sword qi disappeared, completely blending into the wind. Qi! Flying out like a gust of wind, those silk-like spiritual power were all cut off. In an instant, the 3 puppets stopped moving. What? The puppet technique has been broken. No way, is Yen Shan going to lose? Everyone was alarmed and started discussing spiritedly. Lin Xian didn't slow down at all as he charged towards Yen Shan. This time, he used the moon-shattering sword qi. The crescent sword qi was aimed at Yen Shan's vitals. Yen Shan abruptly raised his head with a sneer in his eyes. Then, he flipped his palm and took out 2 black wooden boards. He gently knocked on them. Bang! Bang! A deep voice sounded, and a black figure instantly appeared in front of him. Bang! That figure withstood the crescent sword qi. Ha! What? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and frowned. It was the black puppet that had blocked his sword qi. At this moment, the black puppet's arm had split open. The black metal formed a shield and blocked the sword qi. What a tough body! Lin Xian exclaimed. It wasn't afraid of his sword qi. In the next moment, he sensed 2 attacks coming from behind him. With a tap of his foot, he retreated like a ghost. Puff! 2 cold lights appeared in the air, emitting a heart-trembling light. The air fluctuated, and 2 more black puppets appeared. Their palms split open, revealing 2 pitch-black daggers covered in purple liquid. It was obvious that they were highly poisonous. Yen Shan stood in the middle of the field, hitting the black wooden boards. The 3 puppets seemed to have received some kind of command and moved quickly. It seemed that the silk-like spiritual power wasn't the only way to control the puppets. It seemed that he had to kill the 3 puppets. Lin Xian's aura became fierce. He pointed his sword lightly, and the green sword qi was like smoke, faintly discernible. A terrifying sword qi was contained within. Qi! The sword light flashed as fast as lightning. Lin Xian's sword pierced the black puppet's joint. Sword qi gushed out as he directly destroyed the key part. Brat, how dare you! Yen Shan was finally enraged. He roared and quickly moved forward. However, Lin Xian's attack succeeded, and he floated away. Damn it! Yen Shan's face darkened. He didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so terrifying that he could accurately find the puppet's weakness. One had to know that even Prince Tianhua couldn't find these weaknesses. This was the terror of a swordsman. He could find the weakness and kill it in one strike. Seeing that one of the puppets couldn't be used, Yen Shan raised his guard. However, not long after, the remaining 2 puppets were also destroyed by Lin Xian. Yen Shan didn't have time to be angry because the terrifying sword qi was already rushing toward him. Boom! He waved his palms and deflected the sword qi. Then, he stared coldly at Lin Xian. Everyone only knew that his puppets were powerful, but they neglected his own strength. However, as one of the 4 prodigies, how could his combat strength be weak? Even without the puppets, he could still become a prodigy. Humph, brat, don't waste your energy. Prodigies have no weaknesses. Yen Shan said coldly. No weaknesses. Lin Xian laughed. You overestimate yourself. In my opinion, your body is full of weaknesses. You're courting death. Yen Shan was furious. No one dared to talk to him like that. Boz. The absolute star sword pierced out, and the sword chi flickered. The sword was too fast. Yen Shan didn't even have time to react before the tip of the sword was already in front of him. So fast. Below the stage, Xia Yijin was shocked. Lin Xian's sword exceeded his speed concept. Yen Shan's forehead was covered in sweat. The terrifying sword chi made his hair stand. Damn it. He retreated, but the sword chi was still close to him and was getting closer. Helpless, he could only pull the white bandage in front of him. Ding! 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 The white bandage was like a wall, blocking the sword. Lin Xian withdrew his sword and retreated to a safe distance. For some reason, he felt uneasy facing the white bandage. The others were also stunned. Yen Shan had been carrying the white bandage and no one knew what was inside. However, he didn't use it in his battle with Prince Heavenly Flame. He didn't expect that he would have to use it in advance against Lin Xian. Brat, you can die in peace now that you've forced me to use my ultimate move. Yen Shan said hatefully. Lin Xian's killing moves had almost injured him a few times. He was both shocked and angry. He grabbed the white bandage and tore it off. Suddenly, the thick bandage fell off, revealing the thing inside. A figure appeared and stood quietly in the arena. It was a man in black with a demonic face and his eyes closed. His appearance made the entire space become oppressive. What is that? Everyone's heart trembled. The other three prodigies also felt uneasy. On the ancient city, the five supremacies frowned deeply. Among them, Sword Supremacy said slowly, I seem to have seen this face before, but I can't remember it. I have the same feeling, Green Lotus Supremacy said. It was a bad feeling, making the five of them feel uneasy. Chapter 482. When Lin Xian saw the figure, he was stunned. He almost cried out in surprise. He had seen that demonic face before. It was in the space of the great dragon Sword Soul. Lin Xian would never forget that there was a black-robed youth not far from the great dragon Sword Soul. He looked very demonic. However, he did not expect to see that person here. Who is this guy? Why is he on Yen Shan? And why is he bandaged? Is he a puppet? What's the relationship between Yen Shan and the great dragon sword? Who is the black-robed man in the great dragon Sword Soul? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Xian's mind. Boz. Suddenly, the demonic man opened his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. A sinister smile appeared on his pale face. Hee, I can sense the great dragon sword's aura. The demonic man said in a low voice. Sir, please make your move. At this moment, Yen Shan became very respectful. He bowed slightly and used his blood to draw a strange pattern on the demonic man's back. Blood splattered, and the blood-red pattern became redder. In the end, it looked like a bloody sun, blinding everyone's eyes. The spiritual energy in the sky gathered, forming a huge spiritual energy vortex. It was like a funnel that quickly entered the blood-red pattern. Then, the demonic man's body trembled slightly as if he had eaten his fill. His body gradually released vitality. Boz. Boz. The demonic man moved his limbs, and with every movement, the air rumbled. An unusually oppressive aura surged out, vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Everyone's bodies tensed up, and they could not breathe freely. However, this was just the demonic man's normal movements. He did not deliberately release his aura. Even so, everyone could not take it anymore. The blood-red light dissipated, and the demonic man's smile deepened. Beside him, a small blood-red pattern appeared on Yen Shan's forehead. The shape was exactly the same as the one on the demonic man's back. Lin Xian frowned, and the uneasiness in his heart grew. Little Xian, he shouldn't be the person you saw. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Don't be fooled by him. He's no match for you. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the star sword stabbed out, and the great dragon's sword will turned into a shocking sword chi. 80% sword intent, Wind Emperor's sword. Yen Shan's pupils shrank. If he were to face this attack alone, he would not be able to block it. Fortunately, there was a demonic man now. As expected, when facing the Wind Emperor's sword, the bewitching man took the lead to fly over. His black robe fluttered like dancing black flames. His finger was like a heavenly pillar, blocking the sword light. Boom! The two collided. The sword light shattered, and so did the heavenly pillar-like finger. He blocked it. Everyone was surprised. There was actually someone who could block Lin Xian's 80% sword intent. This was too inconceivable. Lin Xian was surprised. His opponent's attack seemed ordinary, but it was extremely sharp. That situation was actually somewhat similar to his great dragon sword intent. Who is this guy? His eyes narrowed slightly as he assumed a strange posture. He had comprehended this move from the divine sword visualization picture. Although he had not tested it yet, he was confident. Heavenly Dance of the Green Dragon. A sword light streaked across like a green dragon splitting the sky, grabbing at the bewitching man. This move made the bewitching man's expression change. He snorted coldly. His sleeves fluttered, and a ball of white flame appeared on his fingertip. When the flame appeared, the entire void distorted as if it could not withstand the heat. In the distance, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame looked at the white flame and his expression changed. As a fire-based martial artist, he could naturally feel the terror of the flame. Even Supremacy Scarlet Flame's expression changed. On the opposite side, Lin Xian swung his sword, and he was also shocked. However, the black dragon flame in his body quickly jumped and confronted the black flame outside. Could it be? Lin Xian did not think too much as the sword light had already collided with the black flame. At this moment, he stabbed out again. Heavenly Meteor. This sword was aimed at Yen Shan. Swoosh! A gorgeous sword light lit up, illuminating the entire arena. Yen Shan was shocked and quickly retreated. Not far away, the bewitching man flicked out a wisp of white flame. Feeling the bewitching man's help, Yen Shan smiled calmly. He knew that as long as the bewitching man helped, Lin Xian would not be able to hurt him. Thinking of this, he slowed down a little. Buzz! A wisp of white flame expanded in the air and formed a white fireball. It crashed into Lin Xian and enveloped him. He hit him. Everyone was shocked. Those flames would probably kill anyone below the spirit-detecting realm. Although Lin Xian was hit by the black flame, he was still flying quickly. You overestimate yourself. Yen Shan sneered. He stretched out his palm and formed a huge palm that enveloped Lin Xian. With this palm, he wanted to turn Lin Xian into ashes. Puff! At this moment, a scream was heard. Yen Shan was sent flying, blood splattering into the sky. What? Yen Shan is injured. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Not only him, but even the three prodigies frowned. This result was also out of their expectations. This is impossible. He can't block the white flame. Prince Heavenly Flame was puzzled. This Lin Xian has many secrets. Infinite Tyrant was very interested. On the arena, Yen Shan stood up with difficulty. His palm was pierced, and there was a hole in half of his body. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that the sword intent that remained in the wound seemed to be inextinguishable and continued to destroy his body. "Brat, you're courting death." The bewitching man spoke for the first time. His voice was very low, as if he had not spoken for a long time. "He can speak. Isn't he a puppet?" Many people were stunned. They had never seen a puppet that could speak. However, to say that the bewitching man was a human did not seem to be. There was a dense death aura on his body. It was very strange. The bewitching man was very angry. Lin Xian dared to injure Yen Shan in front of him. What was more despicable was that his white flame did not have any effect on him. One had to know that his white flame was very terrifying. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would be burned to ashes after coming into contact with it. However, Lin Xian was unharmed. "Stop bragging. Your flame may be powerful, but it's useless against me." Lin Xian sneered. When he was enveloped by the white flame, the black dragon flame in his body quickly surged out to resist the white flame. Therefore, his opponent's white flame could not hurt him at all. Nether flame descend. A trace of anger appeared on the bewitching man's face. Countless pale flames appeared around him as if they were the flames of hell, burning fiercely. The flames intertwined and rushed towards Lin Xian. Insignificant skill. Extinguish. Lin Xian's sword light flashed and extinguished the flames. At the same time, the Star of Extinction sword drew a strange trajectory and an ancient aura was emitted from the sword. Chapter 483. Gale Lightning Sword, one sword to break mountains and rivers. Above the sky, the clouds churned, and a gigantic sword appeared. The sword body was outlined with ancient patterns, emitting an ancient aura. The moment this sword's shadow appeared, it was like a divine sword that crushed all directions. Everyone below trembled and looked at the sky in horror. So terrifying, what move is this? Earth rank martial art, it's actually an earth rank martial art. Someone exclaimed. How is that possible? How can Lin Xian know an earth rank martial art? One had to know that earth rank martial arts were very rare, and there weren't many in the entire Tiannan region. Only the 4 prodigies of the younger generation had mastered earth rank martial arts. The sects behind them were all 5-star sects, and they had venerables overseeing them. That was why they could learn earth rank martial arts. However, Lin Xian, a martial artist without a sect and background, could actually master an earth rank martial art. This was absolutely shocking news. Not only the participants, but even the 5 venerables on the ancient city were shocked. They looked at the earth rank martial art with a trace of passion in their eyes. This Lin Xian really has a lot of secrets on him. The previous ones haven't been solved yet, and now there's another earth rank martial art. Venerable Green Lotus exclaimed. This kind of person has a great opportunity. Venerable Sword's words had a trace of envy. Below, everyone was still discussing. Too terrifying. Not only does he have amazing talent, but he also has heaven-defying luck. He can actually master an earth rank martial art. If nothing goes wrong, this Lin Xian might very well become the 5th prodigy. Just as everyone was discussing, the demonic man's expression became very serious. Earth rank martial arts were already the top martial arts in the Tiannan region. Even he had to be careful. Moreover, Lin Xian's 80% sword intent was very terrifying. Coupled with an earth rank martial art, it was enough to threaten a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Nether body, black dragon soul condensation. The demonic man shouted. White flames jumped around and covered his body, enveloping him. Soon, the flames formed a set of flame armor, and a pair of dragon heads condensed in his hands. In the dragon heads, white flames condensed, forming a curved long saber, like the body of a flood dragon. The scimitar danced, and white flames danced, attached to the scimitar light, and rushed to the sky. This saber light was almost 1,000 meters long, like a white waterfall that defied the heavens. In the sky, the giant sword fell mercilessly, carrying with it the power to destroy mountains and rivers, bombarding the flaming blade aura. Boom! The two collided, bursting out with shocking energy. Countless black cracks appeared in the sky, looking sinister and terrifying. Too terrifying. Is the sky going to collapse? The crowd below was shocked. So what if it's an Earth rank martial skill? You can't display the power of an Earth rank martial skill. The bewitching man sneered. Really? Lin Xian stretched out his left hand again and quickly pulled out the wind shadow sword. Wang! Gale lightning sword, double sword star annihilation. The sky trembled, and a huge sword appeared once again. Soon, two huge sword shadows appeared in the sky, suppressing all directions. As the giant sword fell, everything below was submerged. The arena cracked and the ground collapsed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The contestants quickly rose into the air, their faces filled with fear. There was nothing he could do about it. If he ran too slowly, it was very likely that he would be killed. Damn, is this Lin Xian still human? He's too terrifying. How come I've never heard of such a person before? Lin Xian was too powerful. Such a person should have been famous in the Tiannan region long ago. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the sword shadows disappeared and the situation below was revealed. Yan Shan was covered in blood and his aura was weak. It was obvious that he had suffered an unimaginable injury from the sword light just now. The bewitching man's face was even paler. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which was very eye-catching. He stared at Lin Xian with a vicious look in his eyes. His identity was special. This time, he came to collect more true dragon chi. He originally thought that his opponent would be the #1 prodigy, Infinite Tyrant, but he did not expect that he would lose to Lin Xian. At the same time, he was even more shocked. Lin Xian's sword intent was definitely related to the Great Dragon Sword. Otherwise, it would not be able to injure him. Damn it! I must capture this brat. He tried to condense the white flames, but he realized that Lin Xian's sword intent still remained in his body, making it impossible for him to mobilize the flames for a while. Count yourself lucky this time. You won't be so lucky next time. The bewitching man snorted and slowly closed his eyes. Yan Shan gritted his teeth and formed a hand seal, sealing the bewitching man and carrying him on his back again. It was obvious that he wanted to give up this opportunity and wait for the third round of challenges. The crowd was shocked. The bewitching man must be afraid of Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would not have given up so easily. Lin Xian put away his swords. Then, the true dragon chi on his body surged and reached 7 feet. Furthermore, his ranking rose again, reaching 4th place. At this point, he had successfully joined the ranks of the 4 great prodigies. Lin Xian challenged Yan Shan in a domineering manner and won, becoming the new prodigy. This result was too shocking. Many people could not accept it immediately. One had to know that the strength of the 4 great prodigies was deeply rooted in people's hearts. No one could shake it at all. However, a newcomer like Lin Xian had done it. He had fought his way up from the bottom and had not tasted a single defeat. Finally, he had made it to the 4 great prodigies. It would not be long before Lin Xian's name resounded throughout the entire Tiannan region. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This competition was more difficult than he had imagined. Of course, if not for the bewitching man, he could have defeated Yan Shan with his 80% sword intent. Now, he had to use his trump card, the Gale Lightning Sword. Thankfully, Fang Xingjian still kept one of the Gale Lightning Sword technique. Moreover, he still had the Sword of Devouring and the Black Dragon Flame that he had not used. Therefore, his goal was not just that. He wanted to challenge an even higher goal. Closing his eyes slightly, Lin Xian sensed the true dragon qi. Soon, he sensed the great dragon sword's aura again. Although it was very weak, it was still there. Soon, I'll be able to sense the great dragon sword's exact location soon. Lin Xian was ecstatic. He opened his eyes, which shone with an even brighter light. The golden battle suit on his body was gone. It was replaced by a 5-colored battle suit. The 5-colored flowing light shone brightly under the sunlight. At this stage of the competition, the arena was damaged and needed some time to recover. Lin Xian took advantage of this opportunity to recover his strength. The devouring sword was activated. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to recuperate his body. After a while, he had completely recovered. At this time, the arena was restored to its original state. Lin Xian went up again. This time, he was going to challenge the prodigies again. Just as Lin Xian and the others were in the Azure Dragon Society, a few uninvited guests came to the Tiannan region. There were a total of 3 people. Their bodies were shrouded in flowing light, making it impossible to see their actual state. However, they were actually very powerful. They were actually not weaker than the 4 great prodigies. The 3 of them stood on a giant bird and looked coldly at the ground. "Did you sense it?" one of them asked. "Yes," the other person replied. According to the information, that person should be in the Azure Dragon Ancient City in the center of the Tiannan region. Chapter 484. In the Azure Dragon Ancient City, on the arena. Lin Xian stood with his sword in hand, looking down on everyone like a sword god. This time, he challenged Zhou Jianying. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. No one was surprised by this scene, but seeing it with their own eyes still made their blood boil. Lin Xian's strength was obvious to all, and as a swordsman, he would definitely challenge Zhou Jianying. The battle between the two would also determine who was the #1 swordsman of the younger generation in the Tiannan region. I think Zhou Jianying will definitely win. His sword intent is comparable to hers. Not necessarily. Lin Xian is too strong. I think he can create another miracle. Everyone had different opinions, but they all supported the #1 swordsman in their hearts. In the ancient city, Sword Venerable narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian is indeed not bad. He has strength and courage, but he's still a bit of a stretch against Jianying. I heard that Jianying's sword intent has reached greater mastery. Is that true? Venerable Green Lotus asked. It hasn't reached greater mastery, but it's not far from it, Sword Venerable replied. Hearing this, the other venerables nodded slightly. If one's sword intent reached greater mastery, it would be very terrifying. Although Zhou Jianying had not reached greater mastery, she was related to greater mastery. That was not something that Lin Xian could compete with. In the arena, Zhou Jianying stood quietly in a green robe. She pulled out the sky-blue longsword on her back and said in a deep voice, "You deserve my full strength." This was not a boast, but a kind of affirmation. One had to know that Zhou Jianying had never used her sword except against Ba Wuji. This time, facing Lin Xian, she pulled out the wicked sword on her back. This was enough to show how much she valued him. Lin Xian pulled out the Wind Shadow sword and stared at it intently. Facing Zhou Jianying, he also needed to go all out. After all, his opponent was also a swordsman, and her sword intent was probably above his. If he was careless, he might be killed in one move. Holding the Wind Shadow sword, Lin Xian's dragon sword intent in his body resonated, forming a fierce aura. On the opposite side, Zhou Jianying's sword intent also rose rapidly, reaching 80% mastery. The two sword intents collided in the void, competing with each other. Whoosh! Zhou Jianying was the first to make a move. With a tap of his foot, he shot out like a ray of sky-blue light. The heavenly diabolical sword pierced out with a shocking sword intent. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could naturally feel the power of this sword. When he was watching from below the stage, he knew that Zhou Jianying's sword intent was stronger than his. But now, facing this sword intent head-on, his heart still trembled slightly. This woman was indeed a genius in the way of the sword. She was actually able to comprehend the sword intent to such an extent. Lin Xian took a deep breath and thrust out his right hand at lightning speed. The Wind Shadow sword slashed diagonally in front of him and accurately hit the heavenly evil sword. Clang! As the two swords clashed, a metallic sound rang out, causing the void to tremble and hum. The overflowing sword intent gushed out along with the sound waves. Caw caw caw. Countless sword marks appeared on the ground around the two of them, and they quickly spread. Soon, the entire arena and the ground below were pierced through. Too terrifying. Why did I feel like I was pierced by a sword just now? That's right. I also feel as if 10,000 swords have pierced through my heart. This was too terrifying. That trace of sword intent was probably enough to kill a spirit transformation realm martial artist. While everyone was talking, Lin Xian and Zhou Jianying were already fighting. Both of them were very fast. Sword lights flashed like smoke and lightning. Every time they clashed, a terrifying force would be generated. In the end, the entire arena was filled with sword chi. Sky Splitter. Zhou Jianying's body suddenly leaned back. She held the heavenly evil sword with both hands and slashed down. The void was torn apart. The sword emitted a dazzling sword light, cutting everything in front of it apart. It was as if the sword light wasn't cutting the air, but space and heaven and earth. After dozens of exchanges, Zhou Jianying finally used her killing move for the first time. Everlasting Green Cloud. The Wind Shadow sword swept out. Lin Xian quickly slashed out with his sword. This slash was illusory. There was no sword light or sword chi. Only the fluctuations in the air could be seen. The terrifying sword intent condensed into a single point. Bang! Caw! The Sky Splitter sword chi suddenly cracked and was cut in half. It quickly dissipated between heaven and earth. It was Lin Xian's everlasting green cloud that cut the sword chi. However, after the everlasting green cloud cut the Sky Splitter sword chi, it also quickly disappeared. After one exchange, the two were evenly matched. Earth Splitter. Zhou Jianying was calm. She stabbed the heavenly evil sword into the ground and quickly flicked it up. Suddenly, 5 huge beams of sword chi gushed out from the ground, forming an arc of sword chi that rushed towards Lin Xian like a wave. Everywhere they passed, the ground cracked and a terrifying abyss appeared. The 5 sword chi covered a large area. Moreover, the sword chi were connected to each other. There was no way to dodge through the gaps. The power of this slash was so great that even a group of late-stage spirit transformation realm martial artists would be killed in an instant. Moon Splitter. Lin Xian placed the Wind Shadow sword in front of him. He squatted slightly and quickly slashed out. The full moon sword chi surged out and swept across heaven and earth. It was as if a full moon was flying close to the ground. Boom! The two sword chi collided and exploded in the center, forming a terrifying energy ball that quickly surrounded the area. Lin Xian, you're not bad. But it won't be so simple next. Zhou Jianying rose into the air. The sword intent on her body became more and more solid. Soon, the sword intent had surpassed 80% of its power. The world shook as if a divine sword was tearing the sky apart. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack and felt a great pressure. This is a sword intent at the peak of 80%. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Large success sword intent was 90%, but Zhou Jianying's sword intent had reached the peak of 80%. It was very close to the large success sword intent. Once this attack was unleashed, even a 5th-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist would have to retreat. Lin Xian's eyes focused as he desperately circulated the Great Dragon Sword intent in his body. Although his Great Dragon Sword intent had not reached the peak of 80%, its aura was not any weaker than Zhou Jianying's. In fact, this was very normal. Lin Xian's Great Dragon Sword intent was born from the Great Dragon Sword and represented an offensive saint technique. It could be said that his 80% sword intent was more terrifying than the large success sword intent of an ordinary swordsman. Boom! 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 The two sword intents collided again, and a terrifying spatial crack appeared in the sky. Damn, what kind of sword intent does Lin Xian have? It can actually compete with Zhou Jianying's peak 80% sword intent. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that there was a huge difference between 80% and the peak of 80%. Under normal circumstances, a peak 80% sword intent could easily defeat an 80% sword intent. But this situation seemed to be ineffective against Lin Xian. In the crowd, Yan Shan looked at Lin Xian's figure with a gloomy expression. The white package behind him trembled violently. Great Dragon Sword, it can't be wrong. It really is such a sword intent. In the ancient city, the 5 sovereigns were also surprised. Lin Xian's performance was beyond their expectations. This sword intent is so sharp. Sword Sovereign said in a deep voice. I have never seen such a powerful sword intent. I really don't know how this kid comprehended it. Although the sword intents comprehended by swordsmen had the same name, the essence of the sword intents was very different. Lin Xian's sword will was obviously an extremely powerful sword will. Zhou Jianying was also shocked to see Lin Xian block her peak 80% sword intent. Chapter 485. The heavenly evil sword in Zhou Jianying's hand suddenly trembled and emitted a dazzling blue light. Half of the sky was dyed blue, and a terrifying sword intent spread out in all directions. The heavenly evil sword slashed out, and a ray of sword light was like a rainbow in the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. The sword intent resonated, and countless rays of sword chi intertwined in the sky, forming a huge sword net. It was terrifying. This is my towering heaven sword intent, you better not underestimate it. Zhou Jianying shouted. Lin Xian focused and activated the Great Dragon Sword intent with all his might, swinging his sword quickly. He slashed out 5 rays of terrifying sword chi, like a green dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Bang! 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 The sword chi collided and shook violently. In the end, the entire ancient city was shaking. After 18 strikes, Lin Xian suddenly let out a long howl. He used the illusory demonic steps and displayed extreme speed. The wind shadow sword followed him and stabbed out quickly. The air was instantly pierced and scattered to the sides like a piece of cloth. The dazzling sword light surged like a dragon's roar. The sword intent spread out, and the ground below cracked, forming a terrifying crater. this was all caused by Lin Xian's sword intent. Flying rainbow. The sword qi was like a rainbow, crossing the sky. The wind shadow sword quickly slashed towards Zhou Jianying. Clang! Zhou Jianying's starry eyes shone brightly, and the terrifying sword intent gathered on the sword edge. She held the heavenly evil sword in front of her chest, blocking Lin Xian's attack. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the people below felt dizzy. The terrifying sound almost broke their eardrums. Lin Xian's sword was blocked, and then he slashed forward. The wind shadow sword quickly slashed towards Zhou Jianying's arm, faster than lightning. Zhou Jianying retracted her sword and blocked. She danced with her sword, forming a sword screen, and collided with the tip of the wind shadow sword, causing it to retreat. Lin Xian stepped in the air and quickly retreated. His arm was a little numb. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Ever since the start of the competition, he had never met an opponent who made his blood boil. Moreover, this opponent was a sword genius. He could finally use his full strength, and did not have to worry about anything. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stopped and quickly rushed over. Golden lightning runes appeared on his body and circled around him, making him look like a golden god of war. 3,000 lightning haste. Lin Xian's sword art changed after he displayed the gold thunder body. His originally light and agile sword art became abnormally violent. At this moment, he was like the god of thunder, with golden lightning surrounding his body. The wind shadow sword in his hand turned into 3,000 golden lightning bolts, which quickly blasted in all directions. Terrifying sword qi slashed out. Every one of them was as large as a mountain. The rumbling of thunder could be heard incessantly. Zhou Jianying was surprised. She didn't think that a person's swordsmanship could change so much. Just a moment ago, it was incomparably fast and nimble, and now it had become abnormally violent. It was impossible for ordinary people to master these two completely different sword techniques. However, Lin Xian seemed to be an exception. His lightning sword qi was too terrifying, as if it was going to tear the heavens and earth apart. "Humph, you've already fallen behind," Zhou Jianying shouted. She was surrounded by endless blue light, like a sea of stars. The heavenly evil sword in her hand turned into a meteor rainbow, resisting the lightning that filled the sky. She was indeed the heavenly sword goddess. Her combat strength was too shocking. That incomparably sharp sword qi could split Lin Xian's lightning sword qi apart every time. However, Lin Xian's lightning sword qi was not to be trifled with. Those split lightning bolts suddenly exploded, forming a terrifying destructive force. The surrounding 100 feet was covered by a sea of lightning. The scene was too terrifying. 3,000 lightning haste, wind shadow fusion. Wind thunder cut. Lin Xian shouted as he raised his right arm. The wind shadow sword emitted a blinding sword light, and the sword light soared into the sky. At this moment, Lin Xian merged all the wind and thunder concepts into one, and slashed out a stunning sword. Myriad sword art. At this critical moment, Zhou Jianying no longer held back. She displayed the myriad sword sex ultimate sword technique. Suddenly, countless terrifying sword qi appeared in all directions, and quickly merged into the heavenly evil sword. Moreover, her body also emitted a dazzling sword light. One person and one sword seemed to be unique in the world. The myriad sword qi clashed with the wind thunder cut, forming waves of energy that wreaked havoc in the sky. Too terrifying. The crowd below exclaimed. They could not see the two's movements at all. They could only see the overflowing energy in the sky. The other three heroes all looked solemn. Among them, Infinite Tyrant was still fine. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky like an overlord. Prince Heavenly Flame stared at the two figures in the sky and frowned. He could faintly feel that Lin Xian's strength had surpassed his. Impossible. He immediately denied it. However, the terrifying sword intent made his heart tremble. In the end, Yan Shan's face turned even darker. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could resist Zhou Jianying for such a long time. Great Dragon Sword, it must be the power of the Great Dragon Sword. The demonic man in the white bag behind Yan Shan let out an unwilling soul fluctuation. We must catch him. The Great Dragon Sword cannot be left outside. Boom! At this moment, the sword light in the sky exploded, tearing everything in the vicinity apart. Lin Xian and Zhou Jianying were 100 meters apart, staring at each other. The two exchanged blows again, and they were still evenly matched. Looks like I can only use an earth rank martial art. Lin Xian held the Wind Shadow Sword tightly and began to activate the Gale Lightning Sword. On the opposite side, Zhou Jianying had the same thought. He activated the Myriad Sword Art with all his might and used the Myriad Sword Fusion. This was the Myriad Sword Sex Earth rank martial art. It was extremely powerful, and he believed that it was not weaker than Lin Xian's. He was even confident that this sword could defeat his opponent. In the sky, the Heavenly Giant Sword appeared, emitting an ancient aura. On the opposite side, Zhou Jianying appeared beside her and quickly merged with the Heavenly Evil Sword in her hand. Suddenly, the Heavenly Evil Sword emitted a dazzling light, like a blue sun, shining in all directions. Both of them used their trump cards with all their might, causing a huge pressure to descend from the sky, enveloping the area below. The crowd below could not stop trembling. At the same time, four spirit-detecting realm martial artists appeared around the ancient city. They quickly formed hand seals, forming a huge defensive barrier. It was used to protect the safety of the participants and the audience. It could not be helped. Lin Xian and Zhou Jianying were too terrifying. Their earth-rank martial arts could cause half of the ancient city to collapse if they were not careful. Although the ancient city had true dragon chi, it could be repaired. But if other martial artists were injured, it would be an unimaginable disaster. Soon, a 5-colored light screen appeared, isolating the crowd outside. At this moment, the two in the sky had finished condensing and quickly swung their swords. The Heavenly Giant Sword slashed down, shattering the mountains and rivers below. The terrifying sword Qi slashed towards Zhou Jianying. The Heavenly Evil Sword in Zhou Jianying's hand also emitted a dazzling light, slashing out a sword Qi that was close to 1,000 meters long. Rumble. It was as if countless thunderbolts were exploding in the sky. The two earth-rank martial arts collided, emitting a destructive light. Chapter 486. The stage below disappeared in an instant, and a terrifying abyss appeared on the ground. The two light pillars and sword chi collided with the defensive light, emitting a violent friction sound. The 5-colored defensive light screen rippled like water ripples. But in the end, it still blocked the terrifying sword chi. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, then quickly raised their heads and looked at the sky impatiently. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky impatiently. The sword light gradually dissipated, and two figures appeared in a hazy manner. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded through the sky. 10,000 swords return. The dark blue light once again bloomed with endless brilliance, and countless terrifying sword chi were emitted from Zhou Jianying's body. On the opposite side, Lin Xian waved his sword, and the Firmament Giant Sword appeared in the sky at the same time. Gale Lightning Sword, Dual Sword Star Destruction. Two Firmament Giant Swords condensed in the sky and quickly slashed downwards. There's more. Everyone was shocked and looked at the sky in horror. They originally thought that the two of them would use the 10,000 Earth stage martial arts to determine the result, but they did not expect this result. Earth stage martial arts are mysterious and unfathomable, far from what we can imagine. Yeah, it's said that only venerables can fully display the power of Earth stage martial arts. Lin Xian and the rest can only display a part of it. But even so, the power was not something that everyone could contend against. The two attacks collided, and the sky was once again covered by the terrifying energy. However, this time, Lin Xian did not plan to stop. He roared, and his black hair fluttered, and the wind shadow sword quickly pierced out. Gale lightning sword, 3 sword ghosts and gods. What, there's more. Everyone was surprised. Even the venerables were moved. The power of the 3 firmament giant swords had already surpassed the 10,000 swords return. Is Lin Xian going to win? I don't know, but if Zhou Jianying does not use her ultimate move, I'm afraid it will be difficult to block the power of these 3 swords. Everyone was worried, and at this moment, the 3 firmament giant swords ruthlessly fell, destroying the air, and even terrifying spatial cracks appeared. The 10,000 swords return was instantly shattered, and Zhou Jianying's body was submerged in the terrifying sword qi. It's over, Zhou Jianying will be seriously injured after being hit by the Earth stage martial arts. It can't be. Lin Xian is going to defy the heavens this time. He defeated so many prodigy-level experts one after another. Looks like the number 1 swordsman has already won. After a long time, the terrifying energy in the sky dissipated. Lin Xian withdrew his wind shadow and looked forward. Amidst the ruins, Zhou Jianying's face was pale. Her hairpin had been shattered, and her long black hair was scattered behind her, fluttering in the wind. Coupled with that beautiful and pale face, there was actually a kind of otherworldly feeling. His green clothes were stained with blood. It was obvious that he had been injured in the previous attack. Can he still fight? Everyone was worried. The 3 swords of demon and god frightening is indeed powerful. Zhou Jianying said slowly, but I should thank you this time. It was you who helped me break through my limits. With that, she stood up with the heavenly evil sword in her hand. She looked like a peerless sword god, exuding a unique aura. Lin Xian frowned. He felt that although Zhou Jianying was injured, her aura had changed. It was an indescribable feeling, but his instincts told him that Zhou Jianying was now more terrifying than before. Thank you for letting me comprehend the sword essence of great success. What? Great success sword intent. Could it be that she has made a breakthrough? The crowd below exclaimed. God, how old is she? She has already comprehended the sword essence of great success at such a young age. This is considered a record in the Tiannan region, right? What a shocking reversal. They thought that Lin Xian would counterattack, but Zhou Jianying suddenly broke through. Perhaps no one could resist the sword essence of great success this time. In the ancient city, the 5 venerables were also amazed. The sword venerable even clapped his hands and laughed. Jianying is probably the youngest swordsman to reach the great success. Lin Xian also sighed. His opponent's talent was really beyond his expectations. She was able to break through at the last moment. Opposite him, Zhou Jianying stood with her sword in hand, looking calm. At this moment, she seemed to have merged with the heavenly evil sword. She just stood there casually, but seemed to be ready to attack at any time. Her body seemed to have no flaws. I can't even attack. Lin Xian frowned. Zhou Jianying's state made it impossible for him to attack. Is this the sword essence of great success? It's really powerful. It's completely different from the previous sword essence. Every move carried an inexplicable energy. At this moment, Lin Xian had a hint of understanding. His heart was even more eager to reach the sword essence of great success. Although his opponent had comprehended the sword essence of great success, he would not admit defeat so easily. Make your move, or you won't have a chance. Zhou Jianying was very confident. Her tone made even Infinite Dominion frown in the distance. Only an extremely powerful and confident person could have such a performance. Without a doubt, Zhou Jianying had achieved this characteristic. Interesting. I didn't expect someone to be able to arouse my true interest. Infinite Dominion laughed. He had been lonely for too long and urgently needed an opponent to fight. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He could tell that Zhou Jianying was not bluffing. He focused his gaze and held the Wind Shadow sword tightly. His trump cards were the Sword of Devouring, the Black Dragon Flame, and a trace of true dragon chi. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use the Sword of Devouring. Because this thing had too many implications, and there were 5 venerables here, if he used it rashly, it might be recognized by others. At that time, he would be in danger. After all, the Sword of Devouring was one of the 5 swords in the world. With it, one would have the qualifications to reach the peak of martial arts. This temptation was huge for martial artists. Even venerables could not avoid it. Therefore, he planned to use the Black Dragon Flame. Even venerables could not resist this flame. It would definitely be able to break his opponent's sword essence of great success. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickly mobilized the black flames in his body. Whoosh! The black dragon flame instantly covered the Wind Shadow sword. Traces of black flames circled around the sword. It was as mysterious as a divine sword from hell. As soon as the flames appeared, they ignited the void. An unusually violent and arrogant heat spread out. This is... Everyone was terrified. They felt an instinctive pressure from their souls. What flame is this? It's too terrifying. I feel like I'll be destroyed if I look at it. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. As a fire attribute martial artist, he had cultivated the Earth-grade martial art, 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon Diagram. It could be said that the power of his flame was abnormally strong. Even so, when he saw the black flames, he still felt a sense of fear. The black flames seemed to be able to restrain him. It caused the fire attribute's spiritual power in his body to be frozen and unable to circulate. Chapter 487. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame was shocked. He did not believe that there was a flame stronger than the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon portrait. Unless it was a higher-level heaven-tier martial art. However, that kind of thing only existed in legends. How could a small martial artist like Lin Xian come into contact with it? It had been tens of thousands of years since a heaven-tier martial art had appeared in the entire Tiannan region. Other than Crown Prince Heavenly Flame, there was another person who was terrified. It was the demonic man in Yen Shan's bag. When he saw the black flame, he looked as if he had seen a ghost and almost screamed. Black dragon flame, how is that possible? How could he have the black dragon flame? The demonic man was stunned. He did not believe that Lin Xian would have the black dragon flame. However, the truth was right in front of him. On the ancient city, the 5 sovereigns frowned when they saw the black flame. Black flame, what a special flame. Why is this flame so familiar? Isn't this the black dragon flame that injured Sovereign Lang for 100 years? Sovereign Chi Huaf said in a deep voice, I knew this kid was a spy from the Black Dragon cult. He finally gave himself away. What's there to say? Quickly take him down and search his soul. Sovereign Green Lotus and Sovereign Sword frowned when they heard that. They did not believe that Lin Xian was a spy from the Black Dragon cult. However, Lin Xian had taken out the Black Dragon Flame. The Black Dragon Flame was exclusive to the Black Dragon cult's leader. No one else could have it. Forget it. Let's capture him first. However, let's not hurt him first. Sovereign Green Lotus sighed. Below, Lin Xian's Black Dragon Flame shocked everyone. Even Zhou Jianying felt her heart palpitate. She thought that she would be able to crush Lin Xian with her greater success sword intent. However, she did not expect that Lin Xian still had a trump card. The black flame made her heart tremble. She was sure that if she was hit by the black flame, she would be burned to death. Lin Xian condensed the black flame and wrapped it around the wind shadow sword. He raised his arm and was ready to attack. However, a terrifying pressure surged out and enveloped the surroundings. It was as if an unbreakable cage was pressing him down. What's the situation? What kind of aura is this? Many people collapsed on the ground, their faces pale. Even the spirit-detecting judge was stunned. He couldn't understand why the aura of a venerable would appear. Furthermore, this aura was targeted at Lin Xian. A supreme expert has made his move. Everyone was terrified. Lin Xian was equally shocked. He could not figure out why a venerable one would attack him. That terrifying pressure seemed to want to crush her body. The sword of Devourer in his body spun quickly, absorbing the pressure. At the same time, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Will with all his might, forming a terrifying sword. Wang! The sword chi shattered, turning into fragments that scattered in the air. The Venerable One's strength was unquestionable, and he could not resist at all. Fortunately, the devouring process was extremely mysterious. It could even devour the pressure of a Venerable One. This made Lin Xian feel a little better. He raised his head unwillingly, gritted his teeth and asked, "Why? Why?" "Humph, you Black Dragon cult spy, stop acting." Venerable Scarlet Flame coldly snorted. "What spy?" "Black Dragon Sect." Everyone was at a loss, not knowing what to say. Some of the disciples of the large sects seemed to have heard of this news. They were all shocked and looked at Lin Xian. The Black Dragon cult is a terrifying demonic cult in the South Horizon region. They are vicious and have committed all kinds of evil deeds. They once plunged the South Horizon region into misery and suffering. I heard that the Black Dragon cult is showing signs of rising again. I didn't expect Lin Xian to be a remnant of the Black Dragon cult. It's a pity that such a genius is actually a member of the demonic cult. Humph, how bold. He actually dares to come to a place like the Azure Dragon Association. He's really tired of living. Some people sneered. These people had all been defeated by Lin Xian before, and now they were adding insult to injury. However, Zhao Shui, Dongfang Xiong, Leng Yidao, and the others shouted loudly. Ming Xian was not a remnant of the Black Dragon cult. Especially Leng Yidao. He and Lin Xian came from the same country, so he naturally knew how hateful the Black Dragon cult was. It was an evil force that had once destroyed their country and sect. How could Lin Xian be a member of the Black Dragon cult? However, no matter how they explained, Venerable Red Flame was still indifferent and did not have any reaction. Whether you're a remnant of the Black Dragon cult or not, I'll know after I search your soul. After saying that, he stretched out a fiery red palm and grabbed at Lin Xian. Search his soul. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. It was obvious that Venerable Red Flame did not intend to let him go. Old man, you're going too far. He knew that the method of searching one's soul was extremely sinister. Anyone who had their soul searched would suffer great damage to their soul. Even if they were not affected, they would become mentally retarded. Lin Xian would not wait for death in vain. In an instant, he died. 3 gale swords slashed into the void to resist the red palm that covered the sky. At the same time, he secretly used the devouring sword to devour all the terrifying attacks that were rushing towards him. However, the Venerable was too powerful. Even a casual attack was not something that Lin Xian could resist. Although he had the devouring sword, it was not complete. Moreover, he could not fully control it and could not use its full strength. Therefore, although he had devoured a portion of the damage, there were even more terrifying attacks that enveloped him. In the sky, the 3 heavenly swords only lasted for a moment before they were scattered by the giant palm. Seeing that the giant palm was about to fall, Lin Xian clenched his teeth. He was ready to use the devouring sword with all his strength and fight to the death. At this moment, a ray of light flashed and slashed at the giant palm. Boom! Countless terrifying black holes appeared in the sky. The giant palm was sent flying and the sky returned to normal. What? Someone sent the Venerable's palm flying. Everyone was shocked. In the ancient city, Venerable Red Flame coldly snorted. He did not expect that a mere spirit transformation realm cultivator would cause such a commotion. Who is it? Come out! Venerable Red Flame coldly shouted. To be able to send his attack flying, the other party was definitely a Venerable. Could it be the Hall Master of the Black Dragon cult? If that was the case, then things would not be so simple. The Hall Master of the Black Dragon cult was definitely not alone. It was very likely that he had brought people to besiege them. If they were ambushed, it was very likely that an unexpected disaster would occur. Humph. Old man Red Flame, your temper is still so fiery. You want to attack without even asking clearly. A cold snort sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone was even more puzzled. The person who came must have a great background. She was actually not afraid of Venerable Red Flame. In the ancient city, the 5 Venerables heaved a sigh of relief because they knew that Ling Rishuang had come. Humph. Venerable Red Flame coldly snorted. Ling Rishuang, have you recovered your strength? Almost. Why? Do you want to spar with me? Ling Rishuang stepped on the air, bringing with her a huge pressure. Greetings, Venerable. Everyone below shouted. Iron Hand and the others excitedly shouted, greeting the Sect Master. Sect Master,